Hello everyone, my microphone was muted. VOD viewers have an important announcement. The aesthetic deception video has just come out, but I am not intending to talk about it on this stream. I'd rather let the video speak for itself for a little while. So we're kind of celebrating the release, but I don't really want to get into it because I want to say most of the effort of the video goes into writing the script and being careful about what I'm saying, and I don't want to say anything careless right now while we're in the immediate aftermath of it and confuse people or something like that. So the goal is not to talk about that video right now. But yeah, just thought I'd do a little stream. Kind of a celebration of the video anyway. Got something out, so can chill out a little bit now. And I figured we got plenty to talk about anyway, because E3 just happened. I mean, it's kind of in the rear view mirror already. But technically speaking, E3 just happened. I wonder how long people are going to continue to call it E3, Got my notes here. I've got some notes for the video that I need to get rid of. I don't need them anymore. Got notes about what happened at E3. Yeah. Felt like there was something I wanted to say about the video, but I can't remember. Oh yeah. Yeah, the only thing I want to say right now is like a little bit of trivia. But the video, the aesthetic deception video, that started its life around the same time as the context sensitivity video. So I don't know if anybody has gone back and watched the context sensitivity video yet, but actually there's a part in it that alludes to the aesthetic deception video, because I've been trying to think ahead. So it's the part where I talk about wall jumps. I thought some of you might find that interesting. Okay. Yeah, it's not like I was working on it that whole time. I did put a lot of work into it over the years, bits and here and there, in between other things. So I don't want to give an inflated impression of it exactly, but it's been kind of percolating that long. But yeah, there's the part in the context sensitivity video where I say many games are deceptive about what counts as touching the wall. So I think that's hopefully a nice little crossover moment, which hopefully enhances them a little bit. We're gonna have some nice vistas. I think maybe you can all guess what game it's gonna be this time. Do you want to guess? Okay, I think we're right. We're ready for the game reveal. We're ready for the game reveal. Nobody's really guessing yet, but okay. Here we go. Let's see. It's already been a month since I streamed. There we go. Oh, I should have messed with the settings. I know what I was doing wrong with the audio ducking settings. I know what I was doing wrong there, so I should have messed with that before streaming. But we're just going to load up different planets and stand at the starting vista. A little warning, this is an end game save file, so there will be some light spoilers for the game if you look on it. I mean, pretty light, just showing what some of the planets are, and you might see a couple of other little tiny things. But nothing that I would say would really ruin your experience with the game, but just a little warning. Somebody said E3 was kind of disappointing or something. Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. There wasn't much to it. I suppose there is one more aspect before I let it go. There is one more aspect of the video that I wrote it down here on my list of things to discuss on stream, but it's too late to discuss it now. I was thinking of streaming before the video went up. And I was wondering what resolution you think I should capture Quake footage at, you know? Because I did it differently this time around. In the context sensitivity video, I captured it at 1080p, but in this one, I dialed it back down. I was trying to find a resolution that felt like, I think it's still higher than it would have been rendered, maybe for anybody back when it came out. But I think I did 640 by 480 in the new version. But I think it probably would have been more common to do an even lower resolution when it first came out. But I kind of feel like 480 is a resolution that the designers could have envisioned back then, which is, whereas when you start getting up to 720p, I don't know. Yeah, I agree. I do think Quake looks pretty good at high resolutions as well, so that's one of the things. But at the same time, it would be kind of nice to... Yeah, it's just complicated. You have to make all these judgment calls, you know? I feel like I want to represent the art of the game in a way that the designers could have envisioned it looking, you know? And PC games have always been very forward-thinking in that regard, but I don't think they anticipated 1080p back then, you know? So, there's that. There's no day-night cycle in this game, so we might move through the vistas a bit faster than usual. Anyway, yeah, what even happened at E3? Oh, yeah. I don't remember what the options were that I originally put on the Steam Machine poll. But I think it's fair to say that everybody would revise their estimate upwards now, right, if given a chance. After what happened to the Steam Deck pricing. Yeah, Gen Atlas looks nice, alright. I watched the whatever thing it was revealed at. I watched a bunch of them. The Xbox one and Summer Game Fest and the Nintendo one. But I just watched them on my phone, and so I was it was a little disheartening when I went onto my computer then later and looked up the Gen Atlas trailer in a higher resolution and saw all those temporal anti-aliasing artifacts or whatever it is, deep learning, super sampling, whatever the fuck. That was kind of a disheartening moment, I have to say. You know, I'm sure it'll still be a good game and all, but it's just, I just think it's unfortunate. I think, I'm looking forward to it though, definitely. I think I'm less surprised than most people that it has shooting in it, because I remember years and years ago, I think years and years ago he expressed some kind of admiration for Half-Life, maybe Half-Life 2 in particular, I'm not sure. But years and years ago, Ueda was talking about how he kind of wanted to make a first-person shooter. So, obviously getting a different impression from this game overall, but... yeah, it looks nice. Looking forward to it. I hope it doesn't take too long to come out. I have to say, like I said recently, I've been going through loads of different games to capture footage. Now you know what it was for. I did not always enjoy that process, you know? Like I said, it's not the worst job in the world, but there is something kind of shitty about engaging with your hobby but doing things in it that you don't want to do. You know, like replaying games that you don't want to play and testing boundaries and blah blah blah. But yeah, I was very thankful that one of the things I had to do was capture footage of The Last Guardian. It really bolstered me, man. Just think I've come to appreciate that game a lot. I always liked it a lot. I think my initial impression of it would be like, I don't know if this quite lives up to Eco and Shadow of the Colossus, but Now I'm pretty sure it does, you know. I might even, I'm not willing to go this far just yet, but it might even be the best of the three of them, actually. Um, there's something about that one that um, there's something about that game that I find nice. I think especially, I don't know if Ueda will start using AI, because lots of people will just start using it and all. It feels, from an outsider's perspective, it feels antithetical to the kinds of things that his games do. But I think replaying The Last Guardian, one of the things that struck me with it this time is just how it feels like sort of like a love letter to animals, you know? It's just like there's something beautiful about a human being, many human beings, you know, but obviously Ueda was the driving factor, and so much of the personality of the game comes across in the animation of Trico, and as far as I'm aware, that's how Ueda got his start as an animator, so presumably he had a pretty heavy hand in that, you know. Blah, blah, blah. Um, obviously, like, I was looking at the credits of it, and um, yeah, there's obviously people credited as the lead animator who aren't him and all that, you know, so he was the director and didn't go hands-on and everything, but just humans doing this thing where just showing these kinds of lovable behaviors that animals have, and trying to craft an animal that goes around and navigates the environment. And I don't know, there's just something about that that's beautiful, and I think it's especially nice now when you put it in the context of AI art, because there's something about that that's like, that just wouldn't be the same if an AI made it, you know. It's about how people, it's about how these people chose to represent an animal. Um, that, I don't know. Yeah, very technically impressive game as well. But yeah, it's beautiful. It filled me with life when I was playing it, when I was run down by doing things. I successfully avoided giving Capcom €5, by the way. I replayed Resident Evil 2 and did the fucking hunk mode and everything to get that tofu footage, but it was worth it, I think. As a general question, thank you first of all for the super chat. As a general question, how do you keep the idea of a video project in mind through all the time you work on it, on and off? Do the talking points evolve? They do evolve. I think time is one of the things that I think time can be a very important factor to making something good. Um, there's this sense of, I don't know. I think I might write up a post about this, kind of tangentially along these lines of soon enough. Just a quick say thing. I suppose it would only kind of tangentially go on to this point. I'm trying to figure out what I want to say. I think time is a very important factor in it all. It's a useful resource to have. I mean, just letting things percolate and bubble around for a while before you actually commit to them. Yeah, I don't know how else to describe it exactly. It's, yeah, what to go back to what you're asking, sorry, my mind kind of spun off onto a lot of tangents there. To go back to what you're asking, there is like a penalty that happens, and this is one of the things that's been frustrating me lately, is there is a penalty that happens when you swap between different types of work. So there's a way in which that sucks, um, but there's a way in which time is also very good, you know. So bouncing back and forth is not really ideal, but having as much time as you want to work on something is um, is good. If you can let it sit for a while and not worry about immediately pushing it. One of the things I tried to do was, by the way, especially if you're a patron, for the patrons who tell me to keep taking my time on things all the time, I tried to take that advice to heart on this video, more so because I had already on and off spent a long time on the script. I mean, there was definitely a lot of script work just in the past few months, but I already had a first draft of it a long time ago, you know. And but when it came time to edit the video, I did try to take time and not get frustrated and just slam in some clip that was suboptimal for whatever reason. I mean, I'm not saying all the clips in it are perfect, you know, but I tried to be very careful with that and spend as much time as was needed getting all the footage of all the different games. And so having the time to do that is good. Bouncing back and forth between things doesn't necessarily improve it. I think part of the problem for me on that front, and there is difficulty with it, is nowadays I'm bouncing back and forth between different things that to me feel like different types of work entirely, like making an engine or designing puzzles or writing a script or doing the streams, you know, trying to do the Vivistraction stream that I did, for example. There's a lots of different types of work. So I think maybe the ideal would be if I had time to just, you know, for me, ideally it would be a game. But probably in second place for me would be doing more of those theory videos. Or just other kinds of videos in general, and feeling like you have the time to drill down onto them and working on several at the same time, but not, I don't know. The point is basically what I'm trying to get at is time is more valuable than money, I think. When you're trying to make something good, time is more valuable than money, but of course money buys time, right? There's a certain point where if you have the things you need, then the money doesn't really matter anymore other than the fact that it buys you more runway, you know what I mean? So yeah, but having a long time to think about things is useful, I think. But yeah, there is a penalty. I don't know exactly how I keep it in mind. I mean, sometimes what happens is I'm working on something else and then I just think about, say, aesthetic deception or one of these other ideas that I have in my head. I just think about it while I'm working on, while I'm programming or while I'm doing this or that, and I try to make a note of it and come back and sort of integrate whatever I think about at that time just when I'm playing games, you know. I'm not the best note taker though. It's something I'm trying to get better at. That would maybe help as well. So yeah, I don't really know how to answer your question. There's definitely a penalty involved, and that's one of the main things frustrating me lately, actually. So I don't know what the best advice is for that. Yeah. The only thing I keep being a little guarded about this, but I might as well just say, so I've been a bit more open about financial stuff since the game came out, you know, because the game did okay, fine, you know, but it wasn't a golden ticket or anything like that. So, blah, blah, blah. I talked about all that before. So that's the reason why I got a bit more comfortable talking about the financial stuff lately. And I think maybe bouncing back and forth between things could be actually beneficial, but only if I felt more comfortable about that. If I just had all the runway that I ever could need and could just say, you know what, I'm tired of doing engine stuff today, I'm going to do the video, then that would be fine. But there's always something when you don't have the resources to be as comfortable as you would like to be, then there's always this tug on you that kind of interferes with that process a little bit, you know. Anyway, I don't want to get into downer territory. Missed another super chat there. Thank you. Rayman Legend Retolls is looking to be my own personal new and tasty. I think that's a strange one, all right. I'm not really into the Rayman Legends games. I mean, I enjoyed them. I don't know if I ever fully finished them. They're definitely good games. This is kind of a petty thing, but I felt like there was something about their presentation that was kind of tacky that turned me off. Just like the menus and stuff. Something about it was also really... Something about it... Like, there's this kind of just Ubisoft kind of gunk that gets stuck onto games that kind of cheapens them a little bit and kind of makes you think lower of them than you would otherwise, you know? So I think that was part of my impression of it. No, I'm not talking about it being too French. I just mean, I don't know what I mean exactly. It's just like the menus were kind of a mess, and there's just something about the game that kind of rubbed me the wrong way. But the core gameplay was good and the levels are fun and all that kind of stuff. I don't know if I ever finished it exactly. I should go back to it because it's a good platformer and it's a nice thing. I'm glad it got made and all that. But what a strange decision to take that 2D platformer and then do a 2.5D thing with it. Very strange choice. I don't think that there was anything wrong with the graphics of the original game, so I don't really understand what they were doing there, but you probably won't see me talking about it because I can't purport to be the biggest Rayman fan going, you know. I played a fair bit of Rayman when I was younger. I have the first and second game, and I played those a lot when I was a kid, but yeah. I haven't played them in a very long time now. At this point, probably over 20 years. Oh, we should move to another place. Okay, so like I said, there's slight spoilers. There's something I have that you would see now that you wouldn't have at the start of the game. It's not really that big a deal, but, you know, we'll move on to another planet. Yeah, I'm just going to repeat this for the chat because I know people have come in since. But I'm trying not to talk about the aesthetic deception video because it's just come out and I don't want to confuse anybody or say something stupid after spending so long on the script. So I'm not really going to talk about that. I'm happy that people watched it and yeah. That's a nice little vista there. Ratchet and Clank makes this job very easy. I think we'll do some more Ratchet games if we're going to do more of these sound-only streams. Maybe we'll bounce between Jack and Ratchet for a while. I don't really think there's any vistas in the Sly games. Maybe I'm wrong. No worries, Piston. No worries. It's fine. It's fine. Fine question. I think, you know, it's a dense video, so I understand if people don't pick up on everything in it right away. So I think that's perfectly normal. I mean, I'm kind of happy that that happens. I only wish that people would maybe give it another shot later down the line, you know, if you're confused or something like that, just give it another shot later down the line and see if you absorb more of it. So that's all. Yeah, we'll, if I keep doing these sound only streams, we'll do that. So yeah, this isn't really about the video, but since we're talking about the Ocarina of Time remake, the visual style of that game seems to imply that they are not going to be going for the kinds of things that they're going for in the recent Zelda games, because the art style of those Zelda games was chosen for a reason. Do I want to mention this? I suppose I do. So again, it's not quite about the video, but I probably knew this when I started working on the video. This is one of those things that you get jumbled around about because it took so long. But clearly when I did the context sensitivity video, I looked at that GDC talk for Breath of the Wild. And this was probably one of the things that was in my mind. I mean, I already had this video concept in mind anyway, but it was probably one of the things that occurred to me that like I noticed when I was watching that video is the second half of that video is also interesting. So the first half of it is referenced in the context sensitivity video, but the second half is also interesting for the aesthetic deception video. Basically, if you go and watch that GDC talk, it's called Breaking Conventions in Zelda or something like that. It would be from 2017 when Breath of the Wild came out. The lead artist, I think it was the art director or something from Breath of the Wild does his part of the talk, and he talks about coming up with an art style that helps them tell lies, right? And I ended up stumbling back across that when I was coming closer to the end of the video, and I thought it was kind of funny how basically if you listen to what he said, so it would be easy to be confused about this point, right? If you listen to what he says, it almost sounds like he's contradicting me, right? He's saying that it's an art style that helps you tell lies. What does that mean? But the thing that's actually happening is because he's an artist, he's approaching the topic from my perspective, he's approaching the topic backwards, right? So what he's doing is he's thinking of, so for the example that he shows in the video is, say you kill a boar and then it, pops into a puff of meat or something. And I think the reason he calls that a lie is because obviously that's not how it works in the real world, But if you think about what it is that he's doing, it's actually in line with what I'm saying. It's kind of funny to watch because he's an artist. He's thinking about it the opposite way around, So that might be an interesting one for you to go and watch after the Aesthetic Deception video. But I mean, it's not a coincidence that the game is a good example, basically, of what I was talking about in the video. Anyway, yeah, we'll definitely leave it there. But basically, the more realistic setting, or the seemingly more realistic art style that they've revealed for that Ocarina of Time remake, implies that they probably will not be trying to do the same things that they're doing in the Breath of the Wild games. Unless it's just a totally different team that doesn't understand or doesn't care. There's always that possibility, Because presumably it's not the mainline Zelda team that are working on it. At least I hope it's not. So. Yeah. Thanks, Ronan. I have not seen Michael Haneke films, no. I don't know who that is, sorry. You can let me know. You don't have to do another super chat. Just let me know. Well, I suppose I can look him up after the stream. Yeah, I wish they weren't doing a remake altogether. Obviously, I talked about that before. My feeling on that hasn't changed. Personally, I don't like some of what they've shown already. I didn't think the voiceover was good. I don't know. I can see how this makes sense. I think they've cast British actors for the Zelda film, right? I can see how this makes sense from their perspective because of the whole royalty angle and all that, but I never saw it as a British thing. It just never really had a British vibe to me, so I don't really get it, I mean, it's obviously, it's a bit more of a kind of, do I want to say it's more like a European amalgam of some kind or something like that, Obviously, the Master Sword in the Stone is a hugely Arthurian thing. It's the Excalibur myth, which is a very British thing. Although, wasn't it? It's a French story originally. I'm confused about that. I don't know exactly. The Arthur story is maybe a French story initially, written about the British. I don't know. Maybe somebody can tell me that because I'm not too clear on the facts there. But I don't know. The British voices don't really connect to me. It's also it's like a nice mixture, It's very, there's some more Celtic stuff in there as well. And there's also, it just has a Japanese flavor to it, the whole series. And so I think that they've only kind of become, and obviously they talked before, well, I don't know, maybe I'd have to fact check this to be sure, but from what I remember, they talked before about being inspired by stuff like Twin Peaks for the NPCs and stuff, so there's a kind of a large mixture of influences in there. And I know it hasn't been really all that anime until recently, and I actually kind of wish it was less anime than it has been lately, but I still just see it as a Japanese voice thing, Um, so I don't know. There's something about voice acting in the Zelda series that's not quite clicking with me. I would prefer if it was more like Monster Hunter language or the Team Eco games or something, you know, with its own language. But I can understand there is benefits. Like I said, I think there's unrealized benefits to having voice acting in a Zelda game, such as sort of smoothing out those. If they're going to have games that have companions in them, they can smooth out those companion interjections, you know. Like for example, I'm glad that Try in Echoes of Wisdom doesn't have voice acting, but you can see how the intro to that game could have been smoothed out a bit if Try did have voice acting, so that as you were moving through the world and making progress to the next thing, it could have been talking and relaying some information to kind of at least let you play the game more rather than getting through text boxes, you know. Because if they do the voiceover thing, it's be very easy for people to. It's just difficult. It is difficult to, if you're playing with a foreign language and you have subtitles, depending on what's going on in the game. You know, like for example, I played Nier Automata with the Japanese voices, but it is just harder to focus on the game and absorb the Japanese voices. It's helped a little bit at that I know a little bit of Japanese, but I can kind of understand why people would not want to opt for a foreign language in that game, because there's moments where there's chaotic things happening and it's a little bit hard to take in if you're not in your native language, or at least something that you can understand orally, you know. But it's not really clicking with me so far, it must be said. Definitely prefer the Japanese voices for Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. So I don't know. Shall we move on to the next world already? Yeah, it's hard to believe it, but it's already been a half an hour. I have the cable wrapped around the controller. Don't want to pull my PS2 out of place. Okay. Still don't know what happened to that Resident Evil 2 save file. Tried to keep save files for games where I can, to make it easier to go back and get footage later, but yeah, I don't know. So let's see, what did we talk about? Let's see how this little vista looks first before I get settled in to a new topic. Yeah, that's nice. There is something that I don't know. I've been kind of a nutcase for a long time, to be honest with you fellas, because I remember even back when I first started playing these games. I think I'm fine with it now. I think I'm fine with it now. But I remember feeling when I first played these games that there's something that felt slightly cheap about the way the camera was always angled to give you a nice vista when you land on the planet. It's like this is not where you would have the camera for gameplay purposes, you know. If you just wanted to start playing the level as smoothly as possible, this isn't where you would place the camera. I mean, this is the nitpick of all nitpicks, you know. But even back when I was first playing this game, something about this kind of rubbed me the wrong way. I think I'm okay with it now. I'm getting lax in my old age, you know. But since I got the Switch 2, I was playing a load of those Switch 2 games, and one of the games I played was Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment, right? And not my tempo. So I've decided those games are not my tempo. I played a roguelite one as well when I had the PS Plus catalog a little while back. I don't know, they have one of those Dynasty Warrior games that's a sort of roguelite thing now. I can't remember. Abyss, Dynasty Warriors Abyss or something like that. Um anyway, so anyway, I played Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment and it's not my tempo. But I thought it was very repetitive, you know. It's not. I couldn't really say it's a bad game exactly, but yeah, it's not my cup of tea. But one of the things it reminded me of when I was playing it was, you know, when you first start playing it, some of the animations in it are quite cool. Like I don't really like the idea of. I don't think it was really suitable to have the Breath of the Wild version of Zelda being an action hero in the way that she is in that game. Well, I haven't played Age of Calamity, so try not to apply this to Age of Calamity because I don't know what the story is there or what's going on there or whatever, right? But I don't really think it was I don't think it suited her character or whatever to have her out with a sword, even if it's even if it's a magic sword doing magic sword shit or whatever. But one of the animations she has is pretty cool where she does the sword slash thing and then she does recall to sort of rewind the sword backwards along its path and double the amount of attack you get out of it. It kind of doesn't really make that much sense because she could have just attacked um in that time with the sword. But anyway, but it's a cool looking animation, you know, if you go by the rule of cool, it's kind of a cool looking animation. The game is full of cool animations like that. But it reminded me of what I said about Metroid Dread, and I know some of you pushed back on that idea. I talked about how in Metroid Dread, when you do a Shine Spark, I don't know if it's not all the time. I don't know if it's some kind of generalized system that depends on the distance that the Shine Spark goes. I have the feeling, my gut reaction, having not tried to fact check this, my gut reaction is just that there's certain areas that are designed to work this way and they're hard coded to have it behave this way. But there are certain areas in the game where when you do a shine spark, the camera kind of zooms in and cuts to a different angle. It doesn't cut. Maybe it doesn't cut. It may just zoom. Whatever. It goes to a different angle of Samus, which is an angle where if you were playing the game, you would not be able to play the game. Right? It's really zoomed in. It's not at a useful angle. It's kind of looking at her from the front so that you can't see what's in front of her and all that. And the reason they can do this and have it, it doesn't it technically, and I said this at the time, in basically every way you can describe, it doesn't negatively impact the game because you can't do anything. Right? It's like it's an uncancelable animation. Basically, you're locked in. There's nothing you can do in that time frame. It's just there. You're just there to watch Samus play out the rest of that animation, and then you'll take back control. Right. So you don't really lose anything as long as the camera, if we try and define this as strictly as we can, as long as the camera gets back to the position it would normally be in by the time Samus is controllable, there hasn't been any kind of like gaming sin in my head. Exactly, right? Nothing really has gone wrong. And so it's maybe just a matter of taste, you know? But for me personally, there's something about this application of, shall we say, like a more cinematic language, the language of cinema or something, to games that doesn't really work for me. It's not something that I like because I found myself thinking if I was playing Hyrule Warriors, if I was playing that Age of Imprisonment game and those animations, what happens is when those big attack animations play out, the camera cuts to show you a nice angle of them and stuff. But I was thinking I would probably enjoy this more if the camera just didn't do that. Now, in a sense, the camera is communicating something because the cut kind of indicates that I think you're invulnerable during that animation, you know? There are other ways that you could probably get that feeling across, though. I don't know, maybe that would be a little bit difficult to communicate. But there's something about it that just, it dragged the game down for me, especially because you see those animations so much. There's something about that I don't like. I'm not sure that I could say that there's anything actually wrong going on there, but it's really, really not to my taste, you know? And so the thing that I'm getting at with the reason Ratchet and Clank made me think about it is the Ratchet and Clank version of this is like 1% of what the Age of Imprisonment version is, you know, it's 1%. It's like the tiniest little problem. It's not even a problem really, you know. Like I said, I'm fine with it now, right? If if you put me in charge of a new Ratchet and Clank game, this would happen when you came down to a new planet, right? But um, there's something. It's the same kind of thing that's going on. There's like it's like a little bit of a cheat. This is not where you want the camera to be for your gameplay, and so you take it and you position it here. There's something not quite right about that. But the dread version is less bad again because you're you can't do anything anyway, you know. And then the I don't know the Age of Imprisonment version. No, sorry, the dread version is a little worse because it's I don't know. I've mixed all this up now. What I'm saying, I fucked this whole point up completely. But yeah, it happens all the time in Age of Imprisonment, and it's one of the things that dragged the game down for me and made me enjoy it less. You know, first of all, I just think they're too long, but basically, there's a way of thinking about those things which is just they're just attack animations that you're locked into. You know, they happen to be invulnerable, so maybe there's something there that you need to communicate. Um, and I imagine enemies don't attack you while they're going on, you know, kind of like torture attacks or whatever. But I don't know. There's something about it that's not to my taste, at least, you know. But yeah, the Ratchet Vista thing just made me think of that. That's all. We'll move to another planet. I'm guessing people are on board with that, moving to another planet, right? We'll try and move when we do talking about new things, because I don't want to dwell on that any more than I already have. It's just, I know some of you disagree with me, and that's fine, about the dread thing. I know some of you disagreed with me about that, and that's fine. And I'm kind of on the fence about it myself. Like I said, I can't actually point to anything and say, you fucked up, you know? But it's just something that I don't like. And the playing Age of Imprisonment made me think, yeah, I definitely don't like this. Definitely, if I had full control over Dread, I'd be like, that's gone. It's cut. Doesn't matter. Keep the camera where it normally would be. That's all there is to it, you know? I did try the Star Fox demo, yeah. I'll probably pick up the game. The little interludes are kind of nice, you know. I think there's always these little things that go wrong with remakes, so I don't know. I'm not helping my reputation as a pedant here, but one of the things that stood out to me is, why is the mission accomplished thing that pops up so boring? You know, in the original game, it goes boom, 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 mission, you know, mission accomplished. Why the fuck is it so boring in the new one? Like, that just seems like a very simple thing to get right, you know? And but I don't want to shit on it. I mean, you can tell that people care about I thought the stuff in the tutorial was fun, you know? That's a fun inclusion. I don't think anybody's really going to complain that the tutorial was changed from being as boring as it was to something that's a little bit more engaging and actually has some little plot relevance and stuff like that, you know? Well, not plot relevance, but characterization, shall we say. There's something like that. So, but what's going on there, you know? The boom, 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 boom. What? I think the sound effect plays, but why not just have... That text should be massive, first of all. It should be huge. Mission accomplished. You know? It's just a very simple thing to get right. I don't know. Don't know why you wouldn't... It's like a thing about the original game that needs to be honored, you know? I was thinking about this actually with... This actually ties into what I was talking about a minute ago, to be honest with you. But look, I'll be honest. I'm more of a Sin and Punishment guy. You know, I've started replaying Star Fox 64. I was replaying the 3DS version as well. Plus, I got that N64 controller recently, so I was playing the N64 version as well. I mean, like I said, I rented an N64 years ago and played it many years ago, but I never owned an N64, so I can't say that I'm the biggest Star Fox fan, you know. But I like it, and to be honest, replaying 64, it kind of rose up for me, all right. It was better than I remembered. It made me think, you know, I love Sin and Punishment, and it made me think, you know, this is not... Sin and Punishment is not clear-cut better than this game in the way that I thought it was, you know? I still think I prefer Sin and Punishment now, don't get me wrong, but it's a very good game, Star Fox 64. It's fun. Still, I haven't quite come to terms with the all range mode sections, especially when you're fighting against the other crew. They feel a little awkward to me. I don't know, maybe I could get more comfortable with them with more playtime. Um, but I'm going to spoil, I'm going to try and be vague, but I'm going to spoil something about, I'm going to spoil the ending of Star Fox 64 here, okay? Well, I'll try and be vague about it. So anybody who has finished it will know what I'm talking about. There's a moment at the end of Star Fox 64, in the true ending, the full ending, where we see Fox in his ship and there's no dialogue playing, right? If you're not sure what I'm talking about, just go and rewatch the ending, watch a video of the ending or something. It's after all the boss is done, after all the gameplay is done, we see Fox in his ship, and for a moment he's not saying anything, but he's animating, right? I won't say why he's animating or what he's doing, but he's animating, and I think there's something very, very charming about that in the original game, you know? First of all, the animation on it is kind of bad in a way that is charming, even just because it's just, you can feel the developers struggling against the limitations of the time and just trying to get a fucking 3D game out the door. Such an ambitious thing out the door at that moment in time must have been such a nightmare, you know? So the animation is not as good as it could be. But there's something very charming about the way that's presented. And again, even though it's a cutscene, I think it does kind of tie into what I'm saying, where it's not. I feel like the remake may try to use too much cinematic language there somehow, you know? Yeah, I mean, the soulful thing is a buzzword, but I, yeah, it might be fair to say that it's soulful, you know? Um, there's something about it that's very nice. Anyway, let me put it that way. And I feel like when they do that in the remake, it's probably not going to resonate with me in quite the same way. Even though I'm sure the remake will have nice things about it, you know. Um, I don't know. There's something about old games and their presentation that's just, yeah. But yeah, it's a very nice moment anyway, and it's going to be interesting at the very least to see what they do with that in the remake. But yeah. No, I've never played Assault. I've played the SNES one, 64, and Zero. I've never played any of the spin-offs, Adventures or Assault. I think there was one you were supposed to get with Zero called Star Fox Guard, which was a tower defense or something, but I think I could be wrong about this, but I think in Europe we didn't get it bundled with the game or something. I'm not sure what the story is there with that, but I don't think I've never played it anyway, and I own Star Fox Zero, but I don't think I have that game, and I couldn't download it now anyway because the Wii U is online is dead. So yeah, I'm not somebody who hates Zero. I just never personally spent enough time with it to get comfortable, but if you know me, you know that I'm not going to dismiss a game out of hand like that. So I will say I I did brush up against some difficulty with the controls. You know, it seems like the reputation of that game is just the controls were bad and so therefore the game was bad. I've never felt that way about it exactly. I felt like these controls are kind of weird and I don't know about this, but you know, I never gave it enough time really to get over that. I do think my gut says like I've never played a Wii U game that really contradicted what I'm about to say, but I think when Nintendo made the Wii U, I think one of their mistakes was it seems as though they underestimated how different the Wii U is from the DS. You know, you can see conceptually having two screens is very similar, but there is just this huge difference that occurs from the fact that usually the way you're sitting with the gamepad, you can't just comfortably. You kind of can. I'm trying to imagine it right now. So if I'm looking at the screen, I suppose I can just glance down at where my hand is and then glance back up, but it's not the most comfortable thing. It's not really how you would normally behave in life. There's such a big difference that you are inclined to tilt your head when you do it. And that small act of having to tilt your head down and up just introduces a level of friction to the Wii U experience which isn't there on the DS, you know? I think maybe they underestimated that when they were making the Wii U, and that's kind of where things went a bit sideways with that console. But I wish that it came back. I think that I said this before the Switch 2 was revealed. I'm disappointed that the Switch 2 doesn't have. The Switch 2 should have functionality where you can plug in a cable and a game can have a mode where it's doing the Wii U thing. Because surely it has enough horsepower now to push a low resolution image to the screen and then use most of its horsepower on the TV. To be clear, I don't know anything about the Switch 2 hardware. I don't have access to that kind of information, so I'm not talking about anything that I shouldn't, and I don't know. But you know, just like if the Wii U can do that, then surely the Switch can do that. You know, so games would have to sacrifice their resolution a little bit, probably, if they're doing. I don't know exactly how it works, rendering to two frame buffers and setting them up in whatever way it is that you get them to appear on the different screens. So if you're doing that, you can't use all of your horsepower on one screen the way that you could. But presumably they could have set that up for the Switch 2, and I think that that's disappointing that they didn't at least allow that option for developers because, you know, for example, in Twilight Prince, well, did I play the Twilight Princess HD? I'm not sure I did. I own it, but I'm not sure I ever got around to playing it. I'm glad I own it, but I'm not sure I ever played it. But I played the Wind Waker HD, and you know, just having the items there in the gamepad was useful. And it's the kind of thing where the interruption of looking down at the gamepad is less than pausing the game and going to the menu and swapping it out to a different button and then using that button. So even though it has this thing of you have to tilt your head and that's not quite as good as a DS, it still streamlines the game somewhat. So I think there are plenty of games that could benefit from that, like having the map on the lower screen. You know, if you were playing Metroid Dread and you could look down and see the map, that would be more straightforward. It's not as smooth as the DS, but it's still an upgrade over having to pause the game and go into a menu. You know, if you're if you're playing Metroid Prime, right, and the door hasn't quite loaded yet, or you're in the middle of some kind of transition, like you're on an elevator going up and down, but you can still review the map. That's just a straight up benefit, you know, at least in terms of convenience, right? If you're a developer and you don't want to have a map, that's fine. I'm not saying all games need it, blah, blah, blah. You know, if you're the Hollow Knight developers and you say, we're intentionally not going to use this functionality because we want you to open up the map, or Rain World, for example, where you have to stand still, like time passes in the game as you try to. It has quite an interesting map system. Time passes in the game as your character tries to remember the area around them, which is pretty cool. But yeah, I'm not saying that every developer needs to do it, but yeah, Bayonetta Origins, I was playing a little bit of that recently, and yeah, be useful in that game as well. Thoughts on Code Veronica remake? The Ori remakes have been better than most new mainline Ori games. Not sure about this one. Well, we don't know much about it. I never finished Code Veronica. I got deep into it and then never finished it. I don't know why. Should have just finished it. I was very, very deep into that game. I don't know. It's not my favorite Resident Evil to begin with. But then again, I only played it the once. Those games are kind of fun to play around with, to go back and play with them again. Let's go to another planet. I'm going to go through a lot of planets in this if we keep going, okay? So you're going to see a lot of different areas in the game. Um, yeah, I don't know. I'm not really all that interested in it personally. Playing the Resident Evil 2 remake, I don't know. It's not. You got to take what I'm saying with a grain of salt here because I'm not doing a proper review on it or anything. In some sense, I can see it as sort of the best blend between old Resident Evil and new Resident Evil because it's got the third person gameplay, but also it's this game where you explore a space and get comfortable and familiar with the space and it loops back on itself and all that. So it's kind of got I mean, parts of the newer games have that as well. I haven't played 9, so I don't know about 9. But parts of 7 and 8 have that as well. Um, but the Resident Evil 2 remake is kind of it's probably the closest they've come to a midpoint between the two styles. So in some sense I can see that. I can see why that might be something that people would really enjoy, but personally there's a kind of sloppiness to the game that just makes it unenjoyable to me. I don't know, just about the movement and stuff. That just makes it... I just don't find it particularly fun to play, if I'm being honest, you know? So, that's one of the reasons why I was considering spending the €5 to skip to the tofu mode, because I didn't really want to replay it. And I can say, having replayed it, that it's not like it was torture or anything. It's not like it's a bad game, but it's not my tempo. What can I say other than not my tempo? Yeah, I feel like I had a more specific point to make here. One of the things that bothers me is just when you... It feels like okay, so like I'm saying, there's a way in which it's a comfortable midpoint. So I actually think I might be very interested in a game which is like the Resident Evil 2 remake, you know, in the sense that it does blend that, because I've said this before and I feel like it's something that doesn't happen enough. It's just I like games where you explore a space and get comfortable with the space and go through the space. As long like backtracking can be really, really, really bad and really annoying. But there's ways of doing it that are good, and I think that those Resident Evil games have maps that make it quite enjoyable, you know? So there's this way in which it's a comfortable middle ground, but there's also this way in which it's a really uncomfortable middle ground, because personally speaking, I don't get the satisfaction out of it that I would get from Resident Evil 4, which has even more restrictive movement and stuff, you know? But it's more enjoyable as a game on that kind of gameplay. Like I once in a post compared it to Ghosts and Goblins, you know, it's got that kind of godlike energy where you have to think ahead, you have to be a step ahead, and because you can't just instantly react to everything, and there's something very strategic and enjoyable about that. Whereas you don't really get that enjoyment from the Resident Evil 2 remake or what. Yeah. But then on the other hand, there's these kinds of experiential problems with it as well, where it's the horror game aspects of it don't really resonate with me all that well. So for example, because the gameplay wants to be more like Resident Evil 4, you move very slowly, or like the other Resident Evils, you move very slowly, you know. There was points where I was playing on my recent playthrough where, you know, Mr. X comes along and I'm thinking, imagine you're in the haunted police station and Mr. X moves the helicopter out of the way and starts walking, you know, briskly, starts at a brisk walk towards you. How fast do you think you could run under those circumstances? You know, how fast do you think you could run? So I think, and then when you play the game, they're like doing this kind of light jog, and they're not even animating in a way that looks like they're scared or anything. They're just kind of, yeah, okay. I suppose I'll get out of this guy's way, you know, and then he's just doing his brisk walk, just ever so slightly slower than you can do a light jog. And I'm like, this is not really, this isn't making a lot of sense to me, you know? So on the one hand, the game isn't really pulling me in experientially, but it's also not really pulling me in mechanically. And that's the way in which I feel it's an uncomfortable middle ground, you know. Um, so yeah, I have conflicting feelings on that game, and I did not really want to replay it right now. So yeah, but I'll try not to hold that against you. So I don't know what direction they're gonna go with that Code Veronica remake, but I don't know if I'm that interested. Honestly, I'm more interested in. I'd be more interested in playing 9 than the remakes of 4 and Code Veronica. I just wish there was fewer remakes altogether. To be honest with you, fellas. I'll just repeat quickly again for the chat. This is a nice one with all the activity. Just repeat quickly, I'm not discussing the aesthetic deception video right now. I'm glad it's out and all that, but just letting you know, I'd rather let it speak for itself for the time being. That I totally agree with you, Farouk. Farouk says, I don't know why RE2 remake wasn't just a new RE game with that philosophy. Yeah, I agree. I think it could have been a stronger game if it was. There is some sense in which it's actually not a remake. You know? Thanks, Piston. I appreciate it. There is some sense in which it's actually not a remake. So if you ignore the fact that you're exploring a bit, part of the problem that this I don't know. There's some sense when you if you strip away all the trappings of the game and think about what the game mechanics and what you're doing when you move around and all that kind of stuff. There is some sense in which it's not really a Resident Evil 2 remake, right? Um, when you're thinking about games in that gamey, it's a game way, you know. But there is that's not the full truth because there is ways in which you understand. Like when you're coming down the corridor, I mean, it had been a long time when I played Resident Evil 2 Remake. It had been a long time since I played the original. I feel like this is something I forgot when I was for years, right? But I'm pretty sure now at this point, something jogged my memory at some point, and I'm pretty sure that when I was younger, Resident Evil 2 was one of the games that I would have replayed the most. It's just a game that I found fun to replay. So I replayed that game a lot of times when I was younger. But I hadn't played it for something like, I don't know. I had captured footage of it for a video. I can't remember what video it was, but I kind of contrasted it to Silent Hill. Was it Mega Micro videos too? I captured footage for it around then, but I didn't do a full playthrough of it. So I hadn't done a full playthrough of that game in a long time. But I still knew where some of the things were in the game. So when you go down a certain corridor, you go, oh, there's a safe room here. And then you go in the remake and there's a safe room. So, you know, it's in this middle ground where it's a remake, but also kind of not a remake. You have to give it some credit for being, even if it is just a blend of two existing styles of Resident Evil, there is originality to be found in there. And part of the reason I'm thinking about this is because you can look at games like Castlevania or Ghosts and Goblins or something and say that they're remakes. You could say that Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection is a remake of the original and Ghouls and Ghosts, which it kind of is. But I think especially more so in the case of Ghosts and Goblins because it is such a mechanically driven game. The fact that none of those mechanics work quite the same way that they did in the original really ends up mattering and means that, yeah, you're seeing things that are familiar to before, and some of the enemies are behaving in very similar ways to the way that they did before, but you can't call it a remake either, you know? it's a new game. The same is true for Castlevania games. You know, Castlevania is always about Belmont goes to castle, kills Dracula, and sometimes the enemies appear, you know, enemies reappear and get reused and all that kind of stuff. But that doesn't make them remakes. I think it's more in the middle ground for something like Resident Evil 2 remakes. Is it exists more in the middle ground, but I do want to, just because it's not exactly my cup of tea, I don't want to discredit it entirely. You know, there is some originality in there in creating what they created that I don't want to discount. But I fundamentally do agree that I think I would have enjoyed more if they, why not just come up with a new place to explore altogether? I mean, again, they kind of did because there's lots of rooms bolted onto the RPD that weren't there and blah, 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 but whatever. You get what I'm saying. Yeah, I haven't really talked about the Ocarina of Time remake. I will probably end up picking it up, I suppose. Just because the Zelda series is such a big deal for me personally, you know. Um, I suppose it's not really about the video, so I suppose this is another thing I feel comfortable saying. But even though I already reviewed Breath of the Wild, I do think that the context sensitivity and aesthetic deception videos are maybe the best explanation of what is special about what they did with the Breath of the Wild thing, you know. There's probably other things you can point to, you know, maybe in a year or two I'll come out with some other video and I'll be telling you again why Breath of the Wild was important is maybe the wrong word, but you know, good in this regard. I don't know if that's true. Breath of the Wild is the star of the two big theory videos for now, but that's probably not going to be true of future ones if I manage to make future ones. Um, but yeah, I do think that those two videos are um, one of the better explanations of what they were doing in those games, which resonates with some people, myself included. And again, I'm not saying that they are unassailable masterpieces in every regard. There are things that I hope are different about the next one, and just personal preferences that I would love to see explored. Like I talked about before, I want to see what the dungeon crawler version of Zelda looks like, maybe more than anything. But yeah, but yeah, I'm not expecting to get that same kind of satisfaction out of an Ocarina of Time remake. I'm not that interested in it. I skipped the Link's Awakening remake. I didn't really like the art style. I think my thoughts on that art style are very strange because I suppose I won't spoil Link's Awakening, but there's maybe reasons why the art style was kind of suitable for Link's Awakening, but then they went and reused it for Echoes of Wisdom anyway. And look, if it helped them get a game made that would otherwise not have been made or would have been way more difficult to make, so be it, right? If they got to reuse those assets and maybe the art style isn't as appropriate in that game as it was for Link's Awakening, blah, blah, blah. But having played Echoes of Wisdom, I did actually come to appreciate the art style, except my only problem is just the characters. I'm not really that fond of their eyes in particular and stuff. That part has never really clicked with me. But all the assets of the world and stuff I do actually find quite charming in those games. I loved that the art style gave them an excuse to just take a single tree model and just spam it, you know? There's something kind of bold about that in a way, you know, for a developer. I mean, I know it's made by, what is it, Grezzo? It's not quite Nintendo, but they're working for Nintendo, you know. So there's scrutiny on this game, let's say, that doesn't exist for a small indie game. So, but there's something kind of bold about just saying, yeah, we'll just make this one asset and spam it because it's in this style that kind of makes it look like it's mass produced in that way, you know. But the character models are still not really my kind of thing, but I came around on it, you know. Maybe I'll come around on the art style for the Ocarina of Time remake and see some value in it in the end. Maybe it'll be useful for the Zelda series going forward somehow. And I think I talked before about, you know, not giving Capcom the €5 for a cheat code and not doing all those other kinds of bad things that you do. But I think at this point I'm ready to just embrace my sort of position as somebody who cares about the Zelda series quite a lot and is interested in it, even in cases where it may be bad. So I'll probably pick up that remake. But I can't really say that I'm enthusiastic about it. It would be a good thing to have, though, if I ever did end up doing that Zelda marathon that I proposed, you know? Just like now, having that Link's Awakening thing, if I was going to do a Zelda marathon, having the Link's Awakening remake would be a good one to put in. I would want to go through all the mainline originals first, but then if you manage to get through all them, a good option for continuing the marathon is to go through the remakes then and see what's different and if there's anything interesting to say about those then, you know? So... but yeah, I don't know. Be interesting to see what they do with it. I'm expecting there's room for me to be wrong, but I'm expecting it to be fairly faithful to the original game. Not identical. There'll probably be additions and changes and little things, but I don't think it's going to be a total upheaval of the original. And I don't think it's going to be in the style of gameplay, or I don't think it's going to take too much from Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. But we'll see. Anyway, I still have some things written down that I didn't get to. Let's move to another planet. I don't know how much longer I'm going to go. Okay, the stream was... The first half an hour went really quick, but now it's been an hour and I feel like I've been going longer than that. So I don't know what's going on with my perception of time here. Do you want me to slow down how fast I'm going through the levels, or is this okay? Okay. We're good. Okay, so what's some other things I wrote down? Oh yeah, maybe the best news of E3. What's the best news of E3, fellas? You tell me first, and then I'm going to tell you what the correct answer is. Okay? Tell me, and then I'll tell you what the correct answer is, fellas. What was the best news? Gen Atlas. That is a good pick. All right. Spyro. Rhythm Heaven. Gen Atlas. Okay, maybe Gen Atlas is the better news now that I'm thinking about it. Okay, fine. You win. Chat wins this round. Ueda is making a game. He's never done that before. He wasn't making a game until last week when they announced that. Now he's making a game. Yeah. Well, what I was going to say is... okay, I give the prize to Gen Atlas. Gen Atlas wins. But runner-up is Muramasa. Muramasa finally gets its remake thing. I'm very happy about that. And I'm happy that Vanillaware have completed their remake cycle. No more need for remakes out of them. I'm happy for them that they actually got through them all. I don't think they missed any anyway. At least they didn't miss any Kamitani directed games as far as I'm aware. And Vanillaware on PC? Could it be true? Is it happening? Muramasa on Steam? But yeah, I will probably pick that up day one on Steam. I'm not sure how it's going to run on the Steam Deck. Presumably it'll run fine. This is the thing where, because I don't have a good computer anymore, there is actually a slight reason to use the Switch 2, to buy on the Switch 2 over the Steam Deck, because there's slightly better performance. Maybe I could get a physical version as well. Did they do a physical release for 13 Sentinels on the Switch? And how does that run? By the way, the Wonderful 101 is really nice on the Switch too, because they got it running at 1080p on the original, which caused frame rate drops. But now that the hardware is improved, it means that you're getting the 1080p image with no frame rate drops, which is really nice. And if you turn on the handheld boost mode, then you're getting that 1080p image in the handheld mode, which is really nice. So yeah, the Wonderful one. It made me happy to have picked the Switch version for my physical version, because I was thinking of getting the PS4 version instead. Anyway, yeah, Muramasa coming to PC. There might be some little gameplay improvements or changes in that as well, because they've typically done that in their games as well, which will be interesting to see. But they'll probably include an original mode, which they always do. So I'm very happy about that, and I really hope, I believe that their games will do well on PC, especially if they release them day one. That's the only reason that they may struggle, is if they don't release them day one. I think that Muramasa is probably not going to take off like a rocket on Steam. There's probably going to be a lot of people who will wait for a discount. But I think that there's plenty of people who will buy it at a reasonable enough price, and ultimately that will add up to a lot of money, hopefully going into Vanillaware's pocket, because they deserve it. And I really hope it works out for them, and I hope they get everything that they deserve, because they're a great developer, and they put a lot of, the visuals of their games are absolutely beautiful, and I don't know, and they try to have interesting gameplay systems, and they're maybe not the deepest, most mechanically rich games ever made, but at least they're not exactly like everything you've already played, and the gameplay in them is actually good, better than it should be. I think maybe I said this on stream before, but there's kind of like, it's a total fallacy, right? But there's almost this impression of a game can't fire on all cylinders. If the art is X amount of good, then the gameplay has to be X amount of shit, That's obviously not true, but it's just kind of what happens, because it's not exactly what happens, but there's like a certain level of a tiny little kernel of truth in it, because developers have their different focuses that they have. But Vanillaware, the gameplay in Vanillaware games is better than it should be, based on how nice it is just to appreciate the art of those games, is what I'm getting at, So, yeah, I hope they bring the rest of their games to the PC, and I hope it makes them a load of money. And I will be buying it day one. I just don't know whether it'll be Switch or Steam for me. But, yeah. Really happy about that news. So I hope Kamitani gets another game out sometime soon, because I like 13 Sentinels a lot. I've liked pretty much everything he's made, especially since they've been going back through them and revising some of the gameplay in them. But Muramasa was good to play straight away. I enjoyed the gameplay of Muramasa right away, So I think maybe the Metroidvania-ish elements of it are not really necessary. That stuff didn't quite click with me, but I thought that it had some smart design choices in it, at least from what I remember. Don't want to give it too much credit, but I might as well just give an example. In Muramasa, I don't know if this isn't a spoiler, fuck it. In Muramasa, you typically have, I think you have access to 3 swords. Maybe you can upgrade and get more swords, I'm not sure. But I think you have access to 3 swords. And the swords have their different properties and moves and stuff. And the game, in order to, first of all, it's a good design decision to do something in the game that encourages you to swap to a different weapon, because the weapons have different skills and stuff. So if you can make the player swap weapon, you make the player experience more variety and force them to try to master things that they may not otherwise care about. So that's just a good thing that they were thinking about in the first place. And so they did that in 2 ways. The first way is which your weapon has a durability meter that goes down as you block, and maybe also as you attack with it. So it's got a kind of punishment for sticking with one weapon too long, but it also has an incentive for switching to the next weapon, which is after a little while, when you switch to the next weapon, you get a full screen hit attack with the next weapon for free. So basically, when you swap after a little while, the next weapon has a bonus. So it's doing a thing where it's encouraging players in both ways. It's punishing you for sticking with one weapon too long, but it also rewards you when you do the weapon switch, which feels good. That's a really great piece of design, I think. And, I'm not saying it's a flawless, perfect action game or whatever, but yeah, I thought that was smart design, and I like that they don't always do exactly what other games are doing, and they're well put together in many ways. So I'm looking forward to playing that game again when that comes out. And yeah. You can start. So somebody says, I actually want to get into some of Vanillaware's games. Should I just start with 13 Sentinels or another one? I'd say at this point you can start with any of them. Yeah, you could start with any of them. Most of them are directed by George Kamitani. Unicorn Overlord is not directed by George Kamitani. So if you're looking to get into a certain director's kind of thing and go through those games for that experience, then Unicorn Overlord is not one of those games. I enjoyed Unicorn Overlord. I don't think it's the best Vanillaware game, but I enjoyed it. And again, the gameplay system isn't. I've never played Ogre Battle. I know that it's supposed to be similar to Ogre Battle. I will get around to that at some point. But it's supposed to be similar to Ogre Battle 64. But the gameplay system is not quite what I have experienced before. I don't know how similar it is to Ogre Battle 64. I imagine that it has some flourishes of its own that make it stand out, because that's how typically how Vanillaware operate. But I enjoyed it. It's kind of like Fire Emblem, but with a different system behind it, and I found the system interesting to engage with. It maybe wore out its welcome with me towards the end, but I did think it was an enjoyable game. I think 13 Sentinels is my favorite, and it's very different from all the others. The main one that I wouldn't really recommend is Grim Grimoire. I don't think that that's a strong game. I have a video on that one, actually, if you missed it, thoughts on Grim Grimoire, where I kind of go over why I think it's a somewhat misguided game in some way. But I enjoyed Odin Sphere. I think maybe I would get along with the original version of Odin Sphere now in a way that I couldn't in the original release. Maybe haven't gotten into Vanillaware's games, but yeah, the what do we want to call it? The reinvigorated, the adjusted version of Odin Sphere is pretty easy to get into. And Dragon's Crown and Muramasa are both enjoyable as well. I think 13 Sentinels is my favorite, even though it has the least gameplay in it. Yeah, the trailer confirmed that the game would have all the DLC included. At least that's what it seems to be implying, because the original version only had 2 playable characters, and the DLC added several. I never played those DLCs, so I don't know what story is with those characters, but I'll play that as well. I never played Princess Crown either, no. I don't know, is that actually a Vanillaware game, or were they in some kind of interim mode with that? They might have been a slightly different company then, but yeah, I've never played that one. Yeah. Might be the only one I have. No, they played. I think they made something called Grand Night Story that I haven't played, or something like that. But yeah, yeah. I didn't mind the gameplay in 13 Sentinels. I think it's enjoyable in its own way, and it's a huge improvement from Grim Grimoire. You know, it's something that you can play with a controller, and playing it with a controller is not a bad way to play it in the slightest. So. So it has that going for it, you know. I'm not excited for the Dusk Bloods, but I might pick it up. I don't know. I skipped the Elden Ring DLC and Night Rain. But we'll see. I don't know. I think it's funny how people seem to be underestimating it at the moment. Dusk Bloods, I mean, it's... I could be wrong, you know? I assume the main reason they haven't promoted it all that much yet is just because, first of all, they have some other games to get through. They still have Star Fox and Splatoon Raiders to launch, so they don't really need to be promoting the Duskbloods yet. But also, maybe the game will be strange in some way that puts a lot of people off, but I think it'll move consoles, you know. I think once people start playing it, it'll probably move consoles. It'll probably get good word of mouth or something like that and sell machines. People seem to be underestimating that game at the moment as an exclusive. If it is a true exclusive that stays on the Switch 2 forever. Yeah. Download any Next Fest demos. Yeah, I did. I haven't played it yet, but there's one actually from a Vanillaware developer. What is it called? Somebody will know what it's called. I cannot remember what it's called. It's about a witch. I don't know. Somebody will say the name in the chat, please. But also, I played the Order of the Sinking Star demo, which I enjoyed. I do wish there was a bit more of the crossover content in it or something. I think it might have served them a little bit better if they had left out the promise. I say that even though the promise was my favorite part of it. But if they had left out one of the 3 games and just included a little bit more crossover content from 2 of the games, I think that maybe would have made for a stronger demo, but you know. I'm enjoying it. It didn't blow me away or anything yet, but I know that that's only the tip of the iceberg of that game, so we'll just have to see how it goes with it. I'm a little conflicted about having played the demo, honestly, because I'll probably start it over just because there's some voice acting missing and stuff. So on the one hand, I wanted to release soon. Basically, one of the things I am kind of hungry for at the minute is I would like to, especially because I've been bouncing around so many different games and I've been even disregarding the Aesthetic Deception video. I've just been playing a lot of games, just trying to find good things and, you know, just trying to find new things that interest me and all that. And I've found some nice games that I've really enjoyed in the not too distant past. But I would really like a game that I just feel comfortable sinking a huge amount of time into, you know? I'm not saying that makes a game good, but it's something that you want sometimes, you know what I mean? Like anybody, it is something that I kind of crave sometimes, like if just being really into a game and just wanting to sink a huge amount of time into it. I mean, I have games that are like that already, but something new that I feel compelled to just keep playing. There was... Yeah, I am a little bit worried that there will be moments in Sinking Star that are kind of tedious, though. There was one puzzle with the... I suppose it's not a spoiler to say with the druid and the wizard. Anybody who's played it will know what I mean. There was one that I felt that was more tedious than it needed to be. You know, it involved a lot of steps, even though I got the idea kind of early. And yeah, so I'm kind of worried that there will be some more puzzles like that in the game that will make me want to put it down, you know? Because I just kind of hungering for something that I want to sink a huge amount of time into to help me relax a little bit or something. Thank you. Veritas Tales, Witch of the Dark Castle. That was the game. Appreciate it. Inside Outski. I haven't played Cruelty Squad, no. Persona, I heard, can be a time sink. Yeah, well, that's not coming out soon. But yeah, Persona 6 got revealed at E3. I'm trying to read the chat to see if anybody suggested me anything. Monster Hunter, yeah. I played... Part of the problem there is I played Monster Hunter. I got into the Monster Hunter series for the first time only about 4 or 5 years ago, I want to say. And then I played a load of them, so I'm kind of burned out on that. I'm glad I did it because it turned out to be an informative and useful series for me to reference sometimes, as you can see in those theory videos. It's also been a very influential series, but more so than I think I thought before I played it. But I am kind of burned out on Monster Hunter. I don't really want to play more Monster Hunter right now. I don't know. If anybody has any suggestions there, I'm open to it. What's a game that I could just play for 200 hours or something like that? No, I'm not really in the mood for a shmup right now. Something a bit lower energy, you know? Anyway, what was it called? Veritas Tales, Witch of the Dark Castle. Yeah, I've downloaded that demo, but I haven't played it yet. Majora's Mask blindfolded, yeah. Donkey Kong 64, I don't know, man. It's been a long time since I played it, but yeah, I don't know about that one. Kind of, yeah, I kind of don't want it to be a roguelite either, or roguelike or anything, you know? Minecraft. I haven't played as much Minecraft as I probably should, to be honest with you. Songs of Six. I don't know what that is, but I'll try and... Did you get all the cherry discs in UFO 50? No, I got about 30 of them. Well, I think a lot of the games that I have left are not ones that I really want to play anyway. I still have a couple that are probably good that I never got around to, but I don't know. I spent something like a couple of hours on that Divers game because you're so deep into the game and I have loads of cherries and I spent a couple of hours playing the Divers game. I do think there's something tonally kind of interesting about it and I like dungeon crawlers. But I was playing it and I was just thinking this is kind of a waste of time, this game, you know? I don't know if I want to be playing this. And then there was another one as well that I played. Was it Hotfoot? I don't think I got the cherry in Hotfoot and I was playing it. I was just like, this is just kind of miserable. It's not really something that I'm enjoying. And then once you start giving up on the games, then you kind of, the cherry thing kind of goes out the window. I think I cherried the entire first two rows. I enjoyed some of them a lot. I do think some of the cherries were really misguided though, like the Warp Tank one being about secrets rather than being about some kind of speedrun thing or maybe a no damage thing or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, well, no death, I suppose, because you die when you take a hit. Something like that, you know? But yeah, I don't get what they were going for with that personally, but yeah. Maybe Splatoon Raiders will have a lot of playtime in it. I'll play that. Factorio's not a bad suggestion. Yeah, I've played some Factorio, but I've never launched a rocket. Gotten pretty deep into it. I've done 2 attempts at playing it, and I tend to get to the point where I've set up a train or two, and then I stop. I think part of my problem with Factorio, I mean, first of all, it seems to be an extremely well optimized game because there's a huge amount of shit moving around all the time and it never chugs, even on the fucking Steam Deck or whatever. So hats off. I think it's done in its own engine. And also I appreciate and I agree with the choice not to put the game on sale. So totally with the developer on that one. You know, I think I agree with this guy on some things, clearly. But I think the whole thing about you get science to get more science kind of feels a bit too arbitrary for me. You know, I can understand, of course, that everything in the game is arbitrary if you look at it in the right way and blah, blah, blah. So I'm not saying that this is some critical flaw with it. But at some point for me, it feels like being on a treadmill. But I do think that there's still probably a lot of enjoyment for me to extract from that game that I haven't gotten yet. So that's not a bad suggestion, honestly. Maybe I'll start playing some Factorio again. Could just start over, get the trains again, quit, do the same again in 6 months. But at least I've spent 40 hours in a days in the meantime. Yeah, I don't like that Donkey Kong challenge thing is timed. I don't I don't think that's a good thing at all. I understand it from a marketing perspective. The idea from a marketing perspective is that they have this limited window on Donkey Kong where people are paying more attention to Donkey Kong. That's the idea. So then you drum up sales for Donkey Kong and then you move on to the next thing when the time comes. Presumably they'll be doing more of these. Maybe they'll do a Star Fox one or a Mario one or a Kirby one or something like that. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe they'll loop them around because it's hard to imagine. There's only so many of those things that they can create because they actually used a lot of Donkey Kong games. I did play some of it. They used a lot of Donkey Kong games in the challenge. So it's not something where you can just do another one of those right away for Donkey Kong or something. There's a limited number of them that they could do. So maybe they'll loop them again eventually at some point. But I still don't think it should be timed. I don't really like it overall. I think it was interesting to see Nintendo doing and showing and expect. Now I haven't done it, right, but there's little videos that you can see in the challenge. Some of the stuff they expect out of you in Bonanza seems brutal. I didn't really get to that. I did all the classic ones and I appreciated that they booted you directly into the game just to do something in the game and then it's over. And I was hoping that the Bonanza stuff would be the same way, even though I kind of expected that it wouldn't be, and it turns out it's not. So you kind of have to go and set up the conditions for the challenge yourself, which is the kind of thing that I don't enjoy doing. But you can see little videos of some of the challenges in action, and they're doing things that look like exploits and stuff. And that's fun, and it's interesting to see Nintendo acknowledging that stuff for a change, even though they must come across most or all of it while they're debugging their games. Like, I can guarantee you that the debug team at Nintendo is strong and knows what they're doing, you know? So they must know about a lot of these things before they release their games, and then but to actually show them and expect some stuff that looks kind of weird and yeah, that's kind of cool and interesting. And it would just be nice if Nintendo made a game that required more skill out of you, you know, from the start. I wish that they would do that. Because you know it would be fantastic. You know it would be fantastic if they just put out some game that said, look, this is the hardcore version of this series that's just... You're going to want to be a skilled player to do this. You know that game would be fucking fantastic if they actually did it. So let's make it happen, you know? Just make it happen. All right, let's move on to another world. I think we're probably only about halfway through now, the list. I'm not sure how many levels there are, I forget. There's quite a number of levels in this game. What the fuck? Why is there a cutscene? Spoilers, what the fuck? Why are we spoiling all of a sudden? Okay, hopefully there's nothing happening there. I didn't know that was going to happen. I'm sorry, fellas. Maybe I should have just let it play out, but I wasn't expecting it, so. I was trying to skip the loading screen there, but you can't. I was thinking maybe because I had a cutscene, it had done some loading in the background about the level. I don't know why I got a cutscene there. Mad. Okay. Yeah, Obasuna got cancelled. Yeah, that's that. Seems like the guy is having a lot of difficulty. I don't know. What's his name? Iuchi, is that his name? He he's having a lot of trouble getting that game made or getting a game made at all, which fucking sucks. I don't know. I feel like I'm probably never going to get along with Night Striker gear, but I should play some more of it, alright. Not my tempo. Not my tempo. This is a sin and punishment household. Hey, you can't blame me for Obasuna because I bought Night Striker gear. So... I love rain effects in games. It's a funny thing to say on the stream. I just like the rain. I'm a rain guy, you know? What else did we put down? Yeah, I mentioned Persona 6, but I didn't really talk about it. The trailer was kind of interesting. Just a teaser. Hopefully it's pretty far along. But yeah, I think it probably will not come as a surprise to anybody that I want more edge back in my Persona. I want something that embodies that Shin Megami Tensei flavor a bit more strongly, and I would love if they did that. I don't know if this is where they're going to go with it, but they try to be kind of topical with the Persona games. So I think maybe it'll be about fear, you know? Maybe it'll be about existential fear or something like that. Stuff like AI destroying the world and those kinds of things that people worry about. It's kind of... The reason not to do that is because there would be some overlap there with Metaphor, but I don't know that it would be such a strong overlap, honestly. I don't know. How's the not my tempo thing? How often can I say not my tempo before it's irritating? Because I want to say it a lot. A Metaphor was not quite my tempo, but there was things that I loved about it, for sure. The enemy designs and stuff like that I thought were fantastic. I mean, they're based on Hieronymus Bosch paintings, you know, so they're not entirely original, but that's fine. They did put an original spin on some of them. Yeah, but I love that kind of stuff. There was a moment in it that I loved that was very surreal to experience. One of the most surreal things I've experienced in a game for a while. Just like this feeling of surrealness crashed down on me at a certain point in the game. As a person who has played other Atlas games, being vague, you know, as a person who has played other Atlas games, there was a moment where I realized something, and it was extremely surreal and very memorable moment. There's definitely some cool things in that game, but I don't know. I think the overall thrust of the game didn't really resonate with me very much. I think, yeah, definitely have a lot of respect for Katsura Hashino, though. I kind of feel like he's holding back a little bit, though. You know? Probably have to when you have that much money involved, but I wish that wasn't the case. But there's some cool stuff in that game. Alright, Metaphor I'm talking about. Metaphor ReFantasio I'm talking about. I'm more of a Tar guy than a Whiplash guy, honestly. I do think Whiplash is a good film, but I feel like Tar touches upon some similar things, but is the better film personally. But yeah, I did enjoy Whiplash. Like maybe I need to start my what's the name of the guy's thing in Whiplash? I don't know. Maybe I need to start my That Guy arc. The J. Jonah arc. The Cave Johnson arc. The thing that Cave Johnson was in that film arc. You need to start that arc. You need to start whipping people into shape, you know what I mean? Whiplash was my tempo, but Tar was more my tempo, you know? You a David Lynch fan? I don't know if I'm a fan exactly, but I do enjoy his stuff from what I've watched. I don't seem to feel as positively about it as a lot of people do. But you've certainly a unique voice, and that's always nice. And I'm sad he's gone. And I think he seemed like a cool guy, you know? Yeah, I've watched Mulholland Drive, and I think I watched Blue Velvet. And what else have I watched? Watched Twin Peaks. I never watched The Return. But yeah, I enjoyed them all. I can't imagine Matthew yelling like Fletcher, yeah. Fletcher was his name, wasn't it? Yeah. I don't know, yeah. Sometimes I think I'm not. I have very strong opinions about things, you know? About the way that I have strong opinions about things, but I just think that it's not always the most helpful thing to express in the most emphatic terms what you mean, you know? That there's more nuance and there's more to it, so I try to do that, but sometimes I feel like when I do the um the channel stuff, like I'm fighting against my own inherent nature a lot of the time, you know? I'm not like there's a large part of me that doesn't want to be calm, rational guy that just wants to start dropping truth nukes, aka logic bombs, you know? Apparently I should have called the game Truth Nukes. How much do you think, honestly, if I had called it Truth Nukes, would I be rich right now? Give it to me honestly. Answer me honestly. Maybe I should have just done it. Would I actually have money right now if I had called it Truth Nukes? That's the sequel name, don't worry. Maybe if I come up with a sequel, maybe I would use that for the sequel. That would be kind of funny. All right. You once said don't underestimate meme marketing, yeah. But you know, it's not a meme game though. It's a real game. Probably worse search engine optimization now. I'm not sure because Logic Bomb is a real term, so if you search for Logic Bomb right now, you probably won't get the game as the first result. Would you want to be rich off a game called Truth Nukes? Um, I don't need to be rich, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I want to get into it right now, but uh, yeah, I don't know. There comes a point where you can't do what you want to do, or maybe even what people want you to do. And, you know, maybe we're not quite at that point, but be nice if that didn't happen, you know? So, but yeah, I mean, there's a reason I didn't name it Truth Nukes, isn't there? So, it's because it's about logic bombs instead. Can't always get what you want, Gabby. I agree. That's how it is. Well, that's good. Search logic bombs in a private tab and it came up. That's nice. Kind of seem like a bohemian to me. What the fuck does that mean? I seem like a bohemian? I feel like there was more to say about Persona 6, but maybe not. I don't know. I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with it. And yeah, that would be a nice game to have right now because it's probably a huge time sink and it's something that I would like to have. In theory, maybe I could replay Metaphor. Maybe I would enjoy that. I never did. Yeah, but I'm not really looking to replay something because I've been playing through lots of games I've already played. I want something new to sink my teeth into. Something hefty, you know? Subaton for Truth Nukes. Sure you're familiar with the concept of one for them, one for me. Yeah. I mean, I've done that before as well. I try not to let the money dictate what you can do, but there comes a point where that's not possible, you know? Well, yeah, I mean, I've taken things into consideration like that in the past. I don't know if I ever mentioned this before, but I held off on doing the Rain World recommendation until after I had done the Breath of the Wild video, even though I had the script pretty much ready to go before that review, because I figured, you know, I ultimately ended up doing both, but it decided the order that they got released in. The algorithm decided the order that they got released in, because I figured this recommendation video might get buried if I do it now, so I'll do it after Breath of the Wild when the channel has gotten a boost, and maybe I'll get more eyeballs on the game, you know? So, I don't know when else I've done things like that. Well, one of the reasons I came back with this aesthetic deception video is I wanted to come back with something that wasn't too light or unrepresentative of what the channel normally was, you know? So I wanted to come back swinging, I suppose, even though it's not something that's not something that was destined to bring in a lot of views, like, say, a Tears of the Kingdom review would be, and this is not a hint towards a Tears of the Kingdom review. But, yeah, it still seemed like a better way to come back than any of the other options that I had, so that's the one that I picked, you know? You've never played Eco or Shadow of the Colossus. Should I play the PS3 version? The PS3 versions are fine. There's some slight problems with them that are less noticeable in the PS2 version. For example, the higher resolution, there's some draw distance stuff in Shadow of the Colossus that they didn't really seem to account for. So this is not a spoiler. There's a big bridge in Shadow of the Colossus that you can see a lot of the time, and it's easier to see pop-in happening on the bridge in the PS3 version than the PS2 version. I've just come to appreciate these games as they were, at the resolution that they were, and without any of the glitches and stuff that are introduced by later versions. Like in the Devil May Cry commentary, there's a move by Mundus that's invisible in the PS3 version of the game. So that sucks, you know, and you just kind of never know what you're missing out on. But if the PS3 version is by far the easiest way for you to play Eco and Shadow of the Colossus, I think that's okay. I've never played the remake, the PS4 version of Shadow of the Colossus, so I can't say much about that. I don't think that I would be enthusiastic about it if I played it. So yeah, I would probably recommend the PS3 version over that. Thoughts on Okami as part of Hideki Kamiya's work? I would love to do a proper video on it someday. Maybe it would be good to try and do that before Okami 2 comes out, but it shouldn't really make a difference in the end anyway. Maybe it is better to wait, honestly, because the Kamiya videos that I've done are not really reviews. They're not really me trying to... I don't know. If I did an Okami video, it wouldn't be a review. It would be a retrospective, whatever the difference is you think between those two videos. I admit it's kind of thin, but it would be a retrospective instead of a review. The reason I haven't done it is because I would rather get a Bayonetta video ready, and I haven't even got any gameplay for that, so that's a million miles off. It's maybe something I could do with my time, is just start trying to get footage for Bayonetta, but yeah, I would like to play something new and refreshing for a change after having just been through all those games again. But yeah, I figured if I could do something like that with Bayonetta, then an Okami video would be easy to do, and I would probably just sit on the Bayonetta video and do the Okami video in the meantime, and then put them out in the correct order, you know? Yeah, I'm getting too old to do the Bayonetta commentary. I may actually get too old before I can do that. I don't know. Anyway, I think I covered all the topics I had in mind for E3. Was there anything that I missed? How long are we allowed to... How long are decrepit unks like myself allowed to continue calling it E3? E3... Oh yeah, Intergalactic didn't show up. It's kind of amazing. Sony's output continues to be pretty poor. It's amazing how much time and energy has been robbed from them by all of their bad initiatives that they had into the live service stuff. Intergalactic didn't show, and that new God of War game, I don't know, it doesn't really look interesting to me personally. Yeah, I mean, I talked about this with Ragnarok. I don't blame them for not going in a direction that I would prefer, because I was the dissenting voice in terms of talking about that game anyway. I do think that maybe if, I don't know if any developers ever listen to these fucking rambly fucking streams, but if you're a developer and you don't quite gel with what I say about things, then maybe you should think of me a bit more like a canary in a coal mine, you know? Because I think it's fair to say that Ragnarok was not as well received as the reboot in the first place, you know? And maybe part of that does coincide with what I was saying in my video. So, you know, maybe there's something there. But yeah, I mean, that new game doesn't seem like it's going in a direction that I would care about, so I don't know. I think people are kind of turning... I feel like people are turning on those games now. I think it might be true. I think there's a bit of a shift happening that some developers are behind the curve on, where graphics don't matter as much as they used to. This whole idea of... That was part of the appeal of those God of War games, is just the presentation is impressive and modern and blah, blah, blah. And look, we can do all these cinematic things that we couldn't do before. But I think that matters less than... it used to. You're talking, because now what's happening is we have generations of people who when they were young, what they were playing was stuff like Minecraft or even Roblox. You know, Roblox has been around long enough that some of the people who played that younger are starting to age up now a little bit. But Minecraft especially has been around, what, 10, 15 years now? People used to play Minecraft when they were kids and they don't really give a fuck that the graphics aren't as top of the range. And now also the component prices have gone through the roof. And we may not, and Sony may not even be able to launch the PS6. Given if what there was a thing that came out from Microsoft, which was an internal email, right? If that email is true, and what she says in it is true, which it may not be, but it was said in the email that their component prices have risen by something like a factor of 5 in the span of a couple of years. I mean, the PS6 is probably just not launching under those conditions. I don't see how it's done. I don't see how. If they launch that thing and it costs $2,000, it's just not happening. No, nobody's buying it. It's just not happening. So that's a problem as well now. Nintendo has been kind of pushing in the other direction as well. They've been releasing games that people have loved that have not been that graphically intense, and people have seen that they don't really need that to enjoy their games. And so there's just kind of this sense that this doesn't really matter to modern players the way that it used to some extent, you know? I think that that's part of what's happening. I don't think that explains everything. Maybe people are just getting tired of cinematic style of games in general, and that was always bound to happen, but I think part of it is the graphics thing. People just don't really care as much. If you look at what's popular on Steam a lot of the time, what people are talking about on any given month, it tends to be something like Peak or whatever. Peak, I didn't play it, but you know, Peak was doing huge numbers. They sold like at least 10 logillion copies of Peak, you know? And it looks like shit, you know? I don't know, I didn't really look at it. But like, it doesn't look like God of War, you know? So... Weirdly, to me, it feels like the PS5 has only really just started, whereas PS4 felt like it was around forever. I wonder if it's just my age or if it reflects something. Yeah, I think there's a little bit of both. As you get older, you know, time just seems to pass more quickly. But I agree. I think the PS5 thing only feels like it's getting started. I think if they launch a PS6 right now, it's dead in the water, personally. It's a non-starter. I mean, it depends on the price. If they could somehow launch it for what a PS5 costs now, of course it'll sell, but given the fact that the PS5 prices have risen, if they actually try to do a generational leap with the PS6, it's just not, it's not going to sell. You're looking at $1,500 probably in the current conditions. So, yeah, and call me naive if you want, but I don't think the existence of a next-gen version of GTA 6 would be enough to turn the tide on that either. And people would be perfectly happy to play the PS5 version. There's something like 80 million PS5s already out there anyway, so... Yeah, I don't know what else to talk about. Maybe we'll wrap it up soon. Don't want to drag it out. Maybe we can just sit in comfortable silence together, chat. Because I'm tired. This would be nice for the audio ducking, if the audio ducking came in here and gave me a minute where you could just listen to the rain or something. I didn't really talk about my Switch 2 impressions, but I don't know how much I want to get into that. You know me, I don't really talk about games when I first play them. Well, yeah, okay, I'll lean into my nature for a minute since I've been fighting it a lot lately. Played Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, Nintendo Switch 2 edition, and I did not enjoy it. I did not enjoy it. I don't see myself playing it again, and yeah, I don't know, man. There's this topic that comes up in mind a lot for me when we're discussing games here casually, especially on the stream, where people ask, what did you think of this? Did you think this was good or did you think this was bad? Which is not really a good question, by the way. But I'm always hesitant to describe the games that we're commonly talking about. I'm very hesitant to describe them as bad because when you understand what it takes to make a game, I'm not saying this because I made one, because my game is very simple. I mean, like, even just having a cursory understanding of how much goes on in an average game, the fact that you come up with this simulation and you attach all these things to it, and there's just all these effects that have to be made and all these problems that have to be solved about just getting the character to not clip through the fucking floor is a problem, you know. So there's this huge amount of stuff that goes on just to make a game playable, and most of the games that most people play most of the time, the vast majority, are even polished games. They even have a level of polish to them. Even games that you would describe as, this game's not really very polished, actually has polish in it that you're not really thinking about. So I'm always very reluctant to describe games as bad, but when I was thinking about what I might say about this game, I thought, can I reasonably say, yeah, it was okay. I don't know. It's technically it works and it plays and it's a Metroid Prime game. But what I can say is, at least from my first playthrough, keeping in mind that when I review a game, I always go through it again to see if my opinion changes, which has sometimes happened. Playing the game was a negative experience for me. My experience in this world and this life would have been better if I had not played the game, right? Or if the game had not released. If I hadn't felt compelled to play it. So it was a negative experience for me. It in the same way I said when I played The Last Guardian, it breathed life back into me and it made me feel alive again. It made me feel like, yes, this is why I care about this stuff. This is why I love this thing. Fucking thank you for making this. This is beautiful. This represents something beautiful. When I played Metroid Prime 4, I was basically having opposite thoughts. Not to that extreme an extent. It's not as bad a game as The Last Guardian is a good game. But I just played it and I'm just like, this represents what I don't like about games. This is not what I want to see more of in games. This is not, this is subtracting, this is making me feel like the future of games is not what I want it to be. This is like, I don't know how else to put it. It made me think all sorts of negative thoughts like that when I was playing it. So that's how I felt when I played it, and make of that what you will. I don't understand why the environments are so linear. The desert adds basically nothing to the game. I think one of the funny things for me was, I came off that game. I mean, I played it probably not that long after the Welcome Tour stream. But I was already capturing footage for the Aesthetic Deception video at that point. But I hadn't yet captured footage of Bayonetta Origins. I knew I wanted something to put in the game that was beautiful. I was thinking maybe this is a good fit. Maybe I'll find something in here that I also think is a good example for the video and blah, blah, blah. And I'll play it and maybe, we'll see what's going on. So I actually played a good chunk of that game. Some of the games that are in the video, I already knew what I wanted. And I just had to get in and sometimes mercifully I had a save file. So for example, I had a save file I think years ago I already thought when you get the Echo Visor in Metroid Prime 2, keep a save there and stop, right? Um, but anyway, obviously in the case of Resident Evil 2, I didn't, but the point is I ended up playing a lot of Bayonetta Origins. Here's a game that is very low budget, right? Very low budget. Um, Probably, I mean, who knows, but I get the impression that it probably had the same budget as Metroid Prime 4 or lower, right? It seems hard to imagine that it had a higher budget. Um, and of course, I've talked before also about how Bayonetta Origins is not my perfect game. Like I compared it to The Last Guardian, and I'm saying that The Last Guardian kind of does this thing where you bond with a creature in a way which is more kind of naturalized to the experience of being a game than Bayonetta Origins, which has a load of cutscenes and blah 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 blah. Although I do think it has kind of a nice story and the presentation is beautiful and all that, and I think it's a good game that I'm honestly on the fence of doing a recommendation video on it, even though it's a Bayonetta game, because I feel like it just got completely overlooked, which is sad because there's a lot to love about it. But one of the things is they both kind of, I don't want to attribute too much stuff to Breath of the Wild, right? But they both kind of seem to pull some things from Breath of the Wild because um, in Metroid Prime 4, there's basically little shrines in it. There's little shrines in Metroid Prime 4, which is weird. But you go into them and they are just they are the most nothing thing you will ever play. You go down, it's like going down into a shrine and seeing and coming up against a solid brick wall with nothing. And then you. Oh, that was a good piece of footage that didn't make it into the video. That's unfortunate. But I have a piece of footage where there's a shrine in Breath of the Wild where there's a wall that looks like a regular wall, but it's actually you can pick it up with magnesis. That didn't make it into the video, which is unfortunate. I didn't suppose I didn't have time to present it in that moment where anyway. But it would be like if you went into a shrine in Breath of the Wild and you just like lifted it. It's like the magnesis tutorial or something. You lift a block with magnesis and that's it. And that's the shrine. But then in Bayonetta Origins they have things that are they're the reason I say that they feel like they're kind of inspired by Breath of the Wild is because it's not something which was in the prior Bayonetta games, which is actually an improvement that could have been applied to the other Bayonetta games, I think, where the um the Alpheims in the original Bayonetta, for example, are all combat challenges, right? But that's not exactly true in Bayonetta Origins, and I think that could have also been a good thing to include in the original Bayonetta, even where they could have had one where you were doing platforming with the Panther mode, for example. They could have had a platforming Alfheim where you're running away from something and you have to use the Panther mode in a good way to get away from it, or something like that. So basically, the Alfheims, which in this game are called Tir Nanogs. If you're wondering how that's pronounced, it's Tir Nanog. They're they're called Tir Nanogs in this game, and they're not all combat challenges. Some of them are more like shrines that you would find in Breath of the Wild, and some of them are actually good. There's one of them that's really good where you have to control Cheshire as he moves along on a platform, and you have to use him to kind of block projectiles for a Bayonetta and stuff. That's like, are you telling me that this little Bayonetta spin-off can come up with better things to do in its shrines than a Metroid Prime game that probably had a bigger budget and all that? It's just going from one to the other, which is those shrines in Metroid Prime 4 are just so empty and pointless. It just doesn't make any sense. And it's an example of a way in which the game kind of sucked the life out of me, you know? But I will say it's not all bad. I want to be clear. I thought the music was pretty good. There's aspects of it that I didn't quite like, the kind of more metal, grungy kind of stuff in it. I wasn't that keen on, but the music was pretty good. It was better than Dread's music. So Dread is a better game by far. But the music in Prime 4 was better, I think. And the visuals were nice as well. I thought the art direction was very good. The art direction was the best thing about Metroid Prime 4. That kind of disappointed me in its own way though, because I remember thinking, like I just said, I like rain in games. I like the Volt Forge area. And And I think it's kind of a shame that that area is not in a better game, you know. So I thought that the art direction was great, and and the graphics and performance of it was all fine. I played the Nintendo Switch 2 version, and I think that it was a technically competent game where the art direction shined through sometimes through the technical aspects of it. So all that was all very good. Like the lighting in it was very nice as well. If you want to consider the lighting to be, I mean, there probably was a guy whose job was just lighting. So the lighting in it was very nice as well. Um, but as a game, it wore me out. I didn't. I probably shouldn't have even bothered finishing it. I don't know. Yeah. So there you go. I'm willing to be more forgiving with Prime 4 considering the development hell it seems to have been in, but if the next one is like this, then I'm done. Yeah, I mean, let me put it this way. If they announced another Metroid Prime game tomorrow, I would not be enthusiastic about it. I would have to see. It's a wait and see for me after this one. Um, I don't know. I understand. I think if I had to guess, the reason that this game released at all is because I think Nintendo takes these things, they take what they say as a promise quite seriously, which is a good thing to do, you know. But basically, once upon a time, they said Metroid Prime 4 will release for the Nintendo Switch. And they basically did everything in their power to try and make that happen, you know. And the Switch lifespan was running out, so this game had to get out the door. That's what I think happened with it. They didn't want to have to say to people, sorry, but we've cancelled Prime 4 because it's not living up to expectations, um, and now it's never going to come out on the Switch, and we broke that promise. That's what I think drove them to release it. But saying that you can forgive it, I don't know, man. All those NPCs and all. Somebody had to make that decision and put that stuff in there, you know? That's not, nobody was asking for that. Nobody, I don't know, man. I don't know. So, yeah. There you go. I do not recommend Metroid Prime 4, let me put it that way. Is there some chance that I play it again and somehow it all clicks and blows me away? I have to acknowledge that there is, because you never really know with a game just on one playthrough, but there you go. Done fighting against my own nature. It's not my tempo. Not my fucking tempo, man. I'm ready to throw a cymbal at Retro Studios' fucking head till they get their shit together. How long are we going? 2 hours. It feels longer. Feels longer. Need to make a rant video now, yeah. Because what the internet is really missing is a lot of rant videos about Metroid Prime 4. I'm sure if you go on YouTube and you look for Metroid Prime 4 rant videos, this is a niche that has not been filled. And humanity is just crying out for it, you know? We're all crying out for more rants, more gut reactions, and more everything like that. I know one of the things you would say is it's different if it comes from me because you respect me and maybe you don't respect those other people. And I appreciate that, so I don't mean to be rude. It's a nice thing to have that kind of respect. But yeah, I don't think we need it. The stream is enough. Anyway, I've burned through all my topics now. So maybe we'll wrap up soon. This is kind of shorter than I expected this stream to be, but I don't know. Unless we got something else to talk about. What else was at E3? There's probably some stuff that I forgot. I have to imagine Nintendo has more that they haven't revealed, like that weird playtest game that they did. What question instead of "Did you think X is good or bad" would you rather want to hear? Um, Something more directed. I think I've heard both Jonathan Blow and Hideki Kamiya express this uh, frustration with the same question as well at some point because um, yeah, I did see Jonathan talking about this at one point, but basically he was right. He's basically like, this puts the onus on you to do all the thinking, you know, which is okay. I understand that you want my opinion, but it's just it offloads to, if you want to have a conversation with me, it offloads too much of the work to me, you know? Like, are we in a conversation or what are we trying to do here, you know? You just want to download opinions. You just want to download opinions. Don't don't ask questions. Just download opinions and get excited for next opinions. That's yeah. No, I've noticed. I mean, people have been asking me questions like that for a very long time, and I answer them a lot of the time. But I just don't know. Do we know what Platinum was working on? Yeah, they had a Ninja Turtles game called The Last Ronin revealed at the one of the things, Summer Game Fest or something like that. There was no gameplay shown, but they're doing some kind of Ninja Turtles game. I don't know. I'm glad they're still afloat, honestly, and I hope they manage to make good things, even though a lot of those people have left. Well, we'll see how it goes. What do you think of Ochi in Pikmin 4? I wasn't a big fan of him, honestly. I've only played that game once, and I would be interested in playing it again, especially because apparently you can toggle the lock on off now. And I've got the Switch 2 now, so it probably runs a little better and all that kind of stuff. But I don't know. I wasn't a big fan of him. I just think it was kind of, in principle, this idea of having another character with different abilities to you is kind of interesting. I just think that maybe Ochi wasn't the right way to go about it. Um, I felt it was kind of awkward, mounting and dismounting him and stuff like that. It just, I don't know. I preferred when the game was just you kind of wandering around with the Pikmin, and I prefer the games that have a time limit on them as well. Well, 3 isn't the best game in the series. 4 is good, but yeah, I wish there was a time limit. But they're probably never going to have a time limit that's even remotely difficult to hit. I mean, even in the first Pikmin, it was kind of hard to run out of time. But just that little worry about it, and just the fact that your time actually matters, it makes the Dandori stuff more meaningful than it is otherwise when you just can go through the days over and over again. It doesn't really matter then. At that point, I mean, it can still be satisfying because what you're doing is you're getting through the game more quickly. I mean, this is one of the things that I kind of liked about Bayonetta Origins is it's a very there's moments where it's more like a walking simulator, But one of the things is, because I'm a game-brained, easily amused idiot, um, who is not ready for the sophisticated appeal of walking simulators. One of the things that makes it more enjoyable for me playing Bayonetta Origins is just when you're walking around, often you can be doing two things at once. Like when you come to a roadblock, sometimes you have to do a little dance with Bayonetta, but there's a thing over there that you can break with Cheshire, and you can find enjoyment in trying to do those two things at the same time, which is kind of fun, you know? So it introduces this level of fun to the walking simulator experience, which is not there otherwise. Although should say it's not the only game to do that. There's Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons has a similar thing going on. So I'm not saying that it's totally original in that regard or anything, but you know. This came up on the prior stream, so I don't know if you're getting for that. Somebody says, "Oh, I was meaning to ask, I imagine you have, but have you read many of Orwell's essays, especially on language and English?" I haven't read many of them, no. I've maybe read a couple, but I definitely read that one. I didn't know the name last time. Somebody helpfully in I think it was the very last stream, or maybe it was the one before that. Someone left a helpful comment pointing out what essay it is. It's Politics and the English Language is the essay I was talking about. And after the stream, I reread it, and yeah, it's a very good essay. There's a little bit of political stuff in there, but you don't have to. You can make of that whatever you want and just take the language stuff if needs be. So you can, if you're not interested in politics, you don't have to care about that part of the essay. But it's just a good essay about how to write in English well, you know. Pretty happy with my writing style overall. You know, I think that's one of the things that's gone right with the channel. If I'm allowed to, am I allowed to have a little bit of self kudo here? Kudoing myself live. But I think the writing has gone well on the channel. That's one of the things that has gone right. And yeah. Came up before because I was discussing tar, but if you obviously they're translated, so maybe there's different translations and maybe they come across differently to the original or something like that. But if you listen to an audiobook version of it, which is often how I absorb these things, or if you read Studies in Pessimism by Arthur Schopenhauer. I came across that one, I don't know how many years ago, maybe 5 years ago now. And I listened to that and I remember thinking, this is how I hope my writing is. Because he's exploring things that are important and interesting and trying to get into the weeds somewhat on them. But also, it's very understandable. It's not being obscure for the sake of being obscure or something like that, you know? So I think since then, maybe that's been a bit of an influence on me, but I don't know if that's true to say, because really when I listened to that, I was thinking, this is how I hope I come across, you know? Well, I'm not saying, by the way, I'm not saying that I endorse all of Schopenhauer's views, okay? That's not the point that I'm making here. I'm saying that I just think he has a nice way of writing and explaining things that I was thinking, yeah, this is a good way to go about it, you know. I probably am get a touch more into the weeds linguistically than he does, but I'm not. Well, it depends on the video, probably. You know, like these theory videos are probably a little bit more whatever. If the writing is something that you feel has gone well, is there anything in particular you think has gone wrong with the channel so far, or maybe just anything you wish you had done differently? I'm kind of tempted to talk about this later. I'm kind of thinking of doing a blog post somewhat along these lines, but well, I suppose now is a good time to ask a question. So I see people say this sometimes, and I'm genuinely not looking to be propped up or to get kudos or anything here, okay? I'm really not. I want an honest opinion. It'll always be slanted because Um, it'll always be slanted because, you know, you guys are watching a live stream of me right now. But in the type of thing that I do, obviously I'm not an influential game developer in the slightest. We all know that. But if you were to describe me as a YouTuber, how influential would you say I have been? I want an honest answer. I don't want. This will not stroke my ego if you tell me that I've been influential. It's not what I'm. I'm just looking to hear an honest answer. That's all. Influential for on whom is a good question. I suppose I, for the purposes, the reason why I'm asking this question in relation to the question that was asked of me is, I suppose, let's stop answering now. Okay, you've all answered that question first. So no more question. I want to give it a second to stop so we can re-ask the question with a proviso or whatever it is, whatever the right term is to clarify it more. Okay, so no more answers. Please stop. If you're writing an answer for the prior one, please stop for the moment. Okay. I'm going to ask the question. Okay, it looks like these things have stopped now, so I'm going to ask it again. What I'm talking about is how influential have I been on other YouTubers who do things that are like what I'm doing? Like, how much influence have I had in that regard? In other words, how much have I inspired other people to make videos like the ones that I make? I appreciate that answer. A bit too much in a bad way. Vary for better and worse, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I'm not asking for like a. I'm not asking you to tell me whether it's a good or bad thing. Yeah, well, one answer to your question is, if you want something that's potentially gone wrong, like we can discuss this. Is it fair to say that maybe something that's gone wrong with the channel is if I have been influential, just to for posterity, the chat seems to be saying very. I mean, there's definitely dissenting voices in there, but a lot of the chat are saying very extremely. Now, granted, these are all people who are here in my chat, right? So we're not taking this like it's the gospel. But one of the things that maybe went wrong is I've been inspirational or influential for other people. So there's other people who are doing the thing that I do. And because there's a lot of other people doing the thing that I do, there's not, I actually get less attention as a result of that. Do you understand? If nobody had been inspired by me, but there was still, if nobody had been inspired to make videos like mine or take anything from my videos and do their own version of it, or I'm not saying that people owe it to me or anything like that, you know. I imagine what happens is if you're inspired by me, you start out and you go, okay, I'm going to make videos like him, and then maybe you find your own thing after a while, you know. But still, maybe there's ultimately some kind of similarity to it. So there's this niche that, I mean, this is hard for me to absorb personally, but people tell me it over and over again, right? That there's this niche that I basically helped to create, and there's a lot of people doing it, and so presumably if less people were doing it, there would be more attention to go on what I do. And I'm not saying, I don't know, I feel actually like, I know that there are game developers and stuff who have said that they found the videos useful, and I'm happy that people like them. So I'm actually not upset about how influential the ideas have been. Just the fact that it negatively impacts my ability to continue doing what I want to do, right? If, yeah, I don't know. If you think about all of the attention and money and all that stuff that pours into all of the people that have been influenced by me, if that or even just some sizable fraction of that had been flowing my way instead, we would be in a very different place right now. So that's maybe one of the biggest things that went wrong, you know? Does that make sense at all? Does anybody get what I'm saying, or does it, or am I wrong about this? What do you think? I'm not yeah, I'm not I don't know, I don't know. It's not something that I've typically thought about over the years. I think I'm just thinking about it lately because, just to be honest, we're getting to the point where it may not be viable anymore, you know? That's just how it is. So I think that that's kind of, seems like a bad outcome, right? Yeah. A lot of people are saying very kind things, and I understand that. I'm not. I think you have a strong voice, as last give you quality of attention that is stronger, even if it is slower. You have a cult following despite no formal community for it. Yeah, yeah. And I'm very appreciative of that. I get that. I'm just talking about the reality of wanting to continue doing what I do, you know? And that's all. If I could just, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, we're supposed to be celebrating video release, you know? Anyway, yeah, I already said that I'll try and address this problem in other ways, like the marathon thing or whatever, you know? So, thank you, Thomas. Appreciate it. Thank you, Xena. Favorite weapon in all of Bayo? I would say, I don't know, it's kind of it's the most boring possible answer, but Scarborough Fair is kind of, it's up there. It's not necessarily Scarborough Fair though. It's just because they all share the same attack anime, or most of the weapons share similar attack animations in Bayo. There's something about the Bayo 1 animations that really went right, you know? And yeah. I'm not a big fan of 2, so I mean I think it's okay and all, but I never played it that much. In 3 I like the yo-yos a lot. I think they feel good to play with. You knew I'd say that, yeah. If I had to pick a second weapon from Bayo 1, if I had to pick a different weapon, it would be Durga, I think. I like Durga a lot as well. There's the shotguns are quite a bit harder to do dodge offset with properly. For me, at least. I don't know. The sword is also obviously much harder to do dodge offset tricks with, and the whip as well. So, but Durga is as easy as Scarborough Fair, basically, or at least as easy as the shotgun. Um, but yeah, but it feels different. It feels substantially different from Scarborough Fair, you know. I haven't spent that much time with Saifeng as well. They're pretty cool, but they don't seem that practical because the shots just go all over the place. You know, there's a fun fact. I'll give you a Bayo lore fact because believe it or not, I know some Bayonetta lore, if you can imagine. Um, Pretty sure the description of the guns, the Onyx Roses, I think it is, that's what they're called, the shotguns in Bayonetta 1. The description of the Onyx Roses mentions that it has fairy souls trapped inside it. So there you go. First fairy mention is in Bayonetta 1. Oh, Death is good as well, yeah. Probably should have given an answer about what, because maybe it's like narcissistic not to give you an answer about what went wrong with the channel. That is my fault. Because I don't blame myself for having any kind of influence or something like that. That's not something that you can really be blamed for. At least that's what I would like to believe, fellas. But anyway, I think there's an unfortunate thing about the review videos that wasn't obvious to me when I started them, which is just that they're going to be making Mario and Zelda games until the end of time, and so your review series is not, you're either going to have to keep this up to date all the time or people are just going to keep asking you about it. So I think maybe if I did that again, I would frame it differently somehow. Although I probably was thinking a bit ahead because I said it's the first of 5. I gave an explicit number in the very first one of each of those videos. But yeah, man, if I ever did that Metal Gear Solid 5 review, I'm not really interested in doing it. But if I ever did, I'd have to start with, what is it, the 7th in a series of 5 reviews. I think that's something that maybe went wrong as well. Thank you. I'm probably going to butcher your name. Javier? I don't know. Maybe you didn't even want your name said anyway. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think one of the things that, I suppose one of the reasons I'm skeptical about the narrative of my own influence is just it feels, especially from my perspective, it feels like this is probably just something that was going to happen anyway. You know, somebody was going to do something like this and then other people were going to see it and do their own thing and so on and so forth. And it's not like I was the very first, you know. But so from my perspective, it kind of looks inevitable. So that's why I have a harder time believing the influence thing. So I'm just saying, if the influence thing is true, which people have told me before that they were inspired by me or, you know, influenced in this way or that to do their own work. And to be honest, over the years, it's made me happy when I see people saying that. So if you've done your own videos on mine, I know that there's probably some people here who have done that. You should have done that. Like, you don't, that's good. It's good to do whatever you want, you know? I'm just saying from my perspective, it's kind of had some negative impact on me, you know? Maybe, I don't know. There's maybe a chance that it kind of boosted me in some way, but I don't think that's true. And especially, I think there's something about the algorithm which makes that not true. I think it favors influence in a certain direction. Like, it doesn't go backwards somehow, you know? That's just a gut feeling about the algorithm or something, though. Hello. Truly are an inspiration and produce erudite work, Matt. Thank you. Maybe it will only be fully appreciated after your death. Get the fuck out of here. Well, I hope not. I hope not. I hope not, man. I'd like some of that while I'm here. No, I feel very appreciated, honestly. I mean, like you get nice messages like that from people. I do feel very appreciated. I know it matters a lot to some of you, so um, so no, as far as I'm concerned, I've already got that. I suppose there is some extent to which like you don't know how long the influence of it is going to live on. I know some people think it's probably absurd to care about the long-term influence of your videos, but people are still watching videos that I made 15 years ago right now. So I have every reason to believe that whether I'm here or not in 15 years, um, people will still have some interest in stuff like the aesthetic deception video, you know? So I do think about the long-term impact of it. Um, but yeah, no, I've been lucky. I mean, there's people toiling away in much lower levels of obscurity than I am. Um, so yeah, I definitely feel the appreciation that comes through, you know? And it's also, not to be rude, but it's just also not what really drives me, and I want to be honest about that, you know? That's not what. Ah, it's fine, Maurice. It's fine. Thank you, Piston. It probably won't be too long before you see something else. Basically, I'm gonna have to do lower effort stuff for the time being. But I was planning on doing that anyway. So if you see anything from me again, it will be a lower effort thing. I think I already know what it is, but I'm not gonna say. We have to reserve some element of surprise, right? Well, it's a bit more fun that way. But yeah, I mean, even if there was no other considerations whatsoever with regards to, you know, economics or whatever algorithmic bullshit or anything like that, I would be in the mood to do something lower effort at this point. So that's probably what I'll do next. Lower effort things, but higher effort than streaming. You know, somewhere in the middle there. Shall we do another planet? I think I was on this one a bit long. Like making a new game. You know, to be honest, yeah, I am kind of reluctant to get into another theory video at any point in the near future, especially because, to be honest, the amount of effort that went into that video is a not insignificant portion of what it, like compared to Logic Bombs. Presumably, if I made another game, it would be something a bit bigger than Logic Bombs. I think maybe I could do one about the same size. That would be interesting. That's what I would probably aim for next. Um, but the amount of effort that went into it was a not insignificant amount compared to a game. And it's, you know, if that had, I don't know an exact amount of time, especially because, like I said, the earliest draft of the script was a very long time ago. But if, say, it amounted to 2 or 3 months of work, it's definitely over 1 month of work anyway. It's more like, it's probably over two. I think when we get into 3 months, then maybe we're getting questionable then. But I'd say it's probably over 2 months. But you know, if I had poured that into engine development or something instead, that's a significant step forward for another game. So there's something about that that's not ideal for me. That was something that was kind of bothering me while I was working on it. I'm not going to dwell on this point, but this is a better example of what I was talking about earlier. This is very much not a gameplay angle, you know? You can't get the camera into this kind of position during regular gameplay. But like I said, I'm on board with it nowadays. Do you have a favorite manga series? Yeah, Girl's Last Tour. There's a little bit of it the in Meta Micro videos. By the way, you know the way I capture all my own footage? There's a scan of Girl's Last Tour in that, and that is my own copy of Girl's Last Tour that I scanned myself. Same for Pale Fire as well. I scanned that one as well. But yeah, Girl's Last Tour is fantastic. I liked Shimeji Simulation a lot as well. I don't think it was better than Girl's Last Tour exactly, but I would like to read it again from the start. I haven't read it a second time. There's a lot of cool ideas in it that I thought were good. There's another one that's seems kind of underrated, even though it's from a very well-known author. Hino Tori, also known as Phoenix, which is yeah, it was never finished. So that's the unfortunate thing about it. But even though it was never finished, it's kind of an anthology thing anyway. It would have been wonderful to see it finished. Yeah, it was by Osamu Tezuka. Um, Even though it was never finished, it's really, really good. It's got this really fantastic premise to it that just plays with the format in a nice way in times, and um, I don't know, it's just a very thought-provoking and interesting story. And thought-provoking is maybe the wrong word. It's kind of like maybe thought-provoking is the right word. I don't know. It made me feel things in a very it made me feel things in a very abstract way about I kind of don't want to say what the core idea of the story is about, even because it's not revealed for a little while. It's kind of not revealed until you get to the second part of the story. So, um, yeah, but there's just has this really interesting feeling to it when you read it. Maybe thought provoking is the right word. I don't know. I have a cup of tea here, so sorry if you hear some sipping noises. I move away from the mic to sip. Yeah, I like Tarkovsky. I haven't watched all of his films, but Stalker is fantastic. It's one of my favorite films. I've also watched Nostalgia and Solaris. I enjoyed them both. With the past few videos, are you explicitly trying to define a new language for game criticism that people can pick up with and run with, or is it simply an exploration of your ideas? I think it's somewhere in the middle, but the first two videos used terms that already exist, you know? So I don't know, maybe I went in a slightly different direction, especially with the context sensitivity one. Maybe I went in a different direction than what most people think of when they mean context sensitivity. Personally, I feel that I took the concept and just explored it maybe a bit more thoroughly than most people do. Um, but that it is still basically the same type of context sensitivity that other people talk about when they use the word context sensitivity. So um, It was a little strange putting out a video that had a term that was not used before, at least to my knowledge. But I'm not looking to do that if I can avoid it. I think I may, if I end up making more of them, that probably will happen again. And if you want to use them, you can, but if you want to come up with a different term for similar things, that's fine. As long as you understand what you mean, the explicit term is not that important, as long as we can talk about things. So that's, for me, I think is the more valuable part of it. Because basically what I don't want is, this is one reason why I would have been reluctant to use a term. I tried to think of lots of different terms for it, but I settled on the one that I settled on. And I don't want these things to become, this is maybe stretching the term a little bit, but have you ever heard the phrase thought terminating cliche, right? You don't want it to be something that when you hear it, you're not thinking about it anymore. I don't want that to happen. But there's a risk of that happening whether you use your own term or an existing one. So it is what it is. Do you ever thought of doing consulting for game devs or something? Yeah, I have. I might do that. I don't know. I think that there's for me there's just value in staying separate from everybody. It's what I want to do, but also I just think it's valuable for some people to do that anyway, So I don't want to get tangled up in the industry very much. So the problem is I feel like it's a one-way road. If I go down that road, it's a hard road to come back from in terms of doing analysis and all that kind of stuff. I know some people would say it's not really a big deal, or you could just disclose if you worked on some game or something like that. But I would definitely prefer not to have to do that anyway, of all other things being equal. Do you have any favorite painters? Random question, I know. I can't say I'm not familiar with art. It's funny you would ask that because it was just, what was it, 2 days ago maybe? Just 2 days ago I was looking at some of Van Gogh's paintings again. I was looking at alternate versions of Starry Night was a view from the asylum window that he was in after he cut off his own ear. And Starry Night is just one of them, and it's not something that he not something that he seemed to think very highly of. There was apparently, I was reading about this, apparently he painted a load of them. You can see alternate versions of it. You can see daytime versions of the same view and all that kind of stuff. And he painted loads of different ones, and he sent some of them to his brother, presumably to sell or something like that. I don't know exactly, but he sent some of them to his brother, presumably the ones that he thought were better. And Starry Night wasn't one of them. So it was one of the paintings that he left because he didn't think much of it. He said something like he tried to capture the stars and he couldn't do it, and he wasn't really happy with it or something. And that just made me kind of sad. I don't know, because I know it's a very well-known painting and it's probably a lot of people's favorite painting, but it's one that kind of resonates with me in some way that's difficult to describe. So I don't know. It's especially for those of you who are familiar with Starry Night but maybe don't think much of it. It's especially beautiful if you see a high resolution version of it. So maybe you've never actually seen it in its full glory if you pull up a high resolution version of the picture and well, I've never seen it in person, obviously, but which would be nice to do, but you know, if you look at a high resolution version of it and you can see the detail in it, there's like, I don't know, it's nice in a way that is hard to describe, you know. So I don't know, something about that just resonates with me. Kind of a nighttime person anyway, as you might guess. Though it's useful for streaming since most of the audience is American, so. A night owl. I'm trying to think what other paintings might be up there. I think this is one that almost feels kind of embarrassing to say as well because it's like influential on some games that I enjoyed in the not too distant past. But The Garden of Earthly Delights is a phenomenal painting as well, especially the hell portion of it. When you, if you like, don't remember exactly when it was painted, it may have been the 1400s. I want to say it might have been as late as the 1600s, but it wasn't any later than the 1600s. I think he may have painted that all the way back in the 1400s, and it's just kind of astonishing the level of weirdness in it. It looks like something that would be made today, because of how strange it is. It's almost like a time traveler painting or something. Somebody in the chat says 1490 to 1510, apparently. Yeah, so that's an incredible painting as well. I was looking, it's funny, yeah, it really is funny you said this because I was looking at other paintings recently. The one reason, this wasn't why I was looking at Starry Night. I forget how I got onto that, but one reason I was looking at paintings again was like I said, I was watching that GDC talk for Breath of the Wild, and somewhere along the way he pulls up different paintings to kind of illustrate a difference between Western views on art and Japanese views on art, where they typically did art in a more abstract kind of way. One of the paintings he pulled up was The School in Athens by Raphael, and that's a really good painting as well. I think there's something enjoyable about paint. A lot of old paintings are like this. I should probably just spend more time looking at art, honestly, because a lot of old paintings are like this. You may not notice if you haven't really paid attention to the art world, but a lot of old paintings especially have kind of stories embedded within them. There's details and nuances that you can pick up on that you wouldn't think about necessarily. So The School in Athens is a good example of that, because in the center of the picture, I mean, it's a painting, so there's no names, there's nothing about it exactly. Like in the center of the painting, there's two figures. One of them is Plato and the other one is Aristotle, and you can tell because they're holding their books. So if you read the book, you can see one book is the Timaeus and the other book is Ethics, I think. So, and you can see one is older than the other. So it's Plato and Aristotle, and even then, just the way that they're set up kind of conveys something about them. So Plato is kind of pointing upwards, which is kind of gesturing at a world that goes beyond our own, and Aristotle has his hand flat, so he's kind of gesturing more at the world that's in front of us. And even just the way that they're standing with each other is iconic. It's amazing. There's probably like a JoJo pose based on it. Somebody mentioned Hieronymus Bosch being influential on Berserk, but there's probably like, this is like a, oh, you're approaching me kind of energy, right? To the way that they're standing to each other. But at the same time, they don't exactly look hostile, you know? And there's this body language element to it as well. And then just the environment and all the other details in the painting are beautiful as well. So that would be another favorite of mine. But it's partly a favorite just because I like the subject matter as well, you know? Yeah. Oh, another one that I really like is what is it called? I don't know who did this one actually. The one of Satan. You know, the people will know the one I'm talking about. The one where Satan is crying. Um, I don't know who painted that one. Somebody will know the name of the one I mean. He's kind of covering his face and crying. I think that that one is great as well. I don't know about more modern art. Alexandra Cabanel. Let's see who that is. That was painted by... What's the name? Fallen Angel. Yeah, yeah, Fallen Angel. That's a great one. You more of a Platonist or an Aristotelian, up or down, Matthew? Granted, I haven't read that much of their stuff directly, but I feel like I am Team Plato, you know? Team Plato, not Team Aristotle. I think there's kind of there is value in that alternate approach, but I don't know. This is partly what I'm talking about when I'm saying it's kind of against my nature that stuff with the channel sometimes is that, I don't know. It feels more like Aristotelian work at times, you know what I mean? I need to look at more art. I'm trying to think of modern artists that I like, and I don't, nothing's springing to mind. Somebody mentioned Francis Bacon. I do like his paintings. When I was younger, I really liked Monet paintings, you know? I liked Impressionism in general. But I don't know that any of them would really resonate with me now. There's kind of an emotional core that's not quite there for me in the paintings that I'm picturing, the Impressionist paintings that I'm picturing anyway. But yeah, Starry Night is my favorite. Your point about stories embedded in classical paintings make me realize how wild it is that we don't bring more discussion of those paintings into our wider discussions of environmental storytelling. I suppose so. I'm not really the type that goes and looks at... I tend to stick to games and not really talk about other art forms that much and use them as examples of things because there is... Obviously you can learn, but there is a bit of an apples to oranges thing going on. But yeah, I mean, even in films or games or whatever, you can have a painting on the wall that has environmental storytelling embedded in it as well, you know? So. Thank you, Miser Jones. Not very miserly of you. That must have taken a lot. That must have taken a lot. Thank you. I wish I had an idea for logic bombs too. I'd make it if I did. It would be easy having all the code there, but I don't have an idea. I don't have an idea for it. Well, I'd probably just push an update out, honestly, and hope that there was... that we could cement our position as a modern puzzle masterpiece. But I don't think that's happening, and I don't think I have any more... I don't think I have any more in me. Yeah, I do think that that's possibly a way that you could go with it. Logic bombs but hexagonal. That had occurred to me, all right. I don't think that there's anything really... Certainly there would be something, there would be more puzzles you could make there that you couldn't make otherwise, but I don't think that there would be anything fundamentally new. you know, for anybody who's beat Logic Bombs, it's not really, yeah, it's more the stuff that gets introduced as it goes on. That's where some of the value is, and that stuff would kind of be the same in the Hex version. I know you're only joking, but does talks about considering something as art provide value in your opinion? Maybe a little bit of value, but it's seems like an outsized part of the conversation, you know? Um, yeah. Yeah, I think after doing this video, I'm feeling the hankering to do something more abstract or something. I don't a micro videos thing. I don't really have one ready to go, and I'm not sure that I can get another one across the finish line. But that would also be too much work right now, anyway. But what made me think about immediately was just that there's a lot of ideas that I would just rather explore through art or something more flowery of my own rather than trying to um, I don't know, rather than trying to talk about them in the clearest possible way to provide clarity and all that kind of stuff. Because what your question made me think of was the Square film I watched a while back. I think I mentioned it on a prior stream. I think there's a few films called The Square, so this is, I think it was 2015 or something like that. It's from the director of Triangle of Sadness. And it's kind of about art. And this is a bit of a spoiler for the film, slight spoiler. So you can, yeah, you've been given warning. Skip ahead about a minute or pause for a minute, 1 or 2 minutes if you don't want to hear. But one of the things the film does, which is clever, is without drawing too much attention to it, it's about art in this very obvious way in that it's about an art museum, but also there are other moments in the film where we see things that could be considered art that aren't commonly considered art. And we're kind of lured into sympathizing with them and seeing them as art in a way that doesn't require any explanation. So the film opens with them cutting up cobblestones on the ground in order to, like, these really old, nice looking sort of cobblestone pavement on the ground in order to put an art installation down. And the implicit idea in the scene, which is made more obvious later with a different example with a chef, but the implicit example of the scene is, you know, this is art. They're cutting up art to replace it with other art. The cobblestones on the ground are actually art as well, right? There's all these things that you kind of take for granted as you go about your daily life. There are art as well, like architecture and things like that. Most people aren't thinking about architecture as art. Some people do think about it like that very deeply. There's probably, we have enough people in chat that there's probably somebody who really cares about architecture in the chat because it's not that uncommon. But most people don't really think about that in their day-to-day life. And the film does the same thing later on with a chef, where we see people, the chef has poured his heart into all his food and they're just kind of scarfing it down and they're not paying attention, even though it's maybe a form of artistry. I think that one is honestly a little bit more questionable than the cobblestone, but I sympathize with it. And I don't know, I just kind of, yeah, you caught me at a bad time because I've just done so much explanation work that I'm kind of more interested in, you know, if you're talking about what is art or what isn't art, the film sort of helps draw you into that in a way where you don't really need words and you don't need to think about it in that way. You can just kind of experience the art of the film and maybe it will provoke your thoughts. Yeah. Yeah, Force Majeure is also great. I think The Square is the best of his that I've watched. I've watched The Square, Force Majeure, and Triangle of Sadness. I think The Square is my favorite of his, which is probably not all that surprising because it does relate to art in this way and stuff like that, you know? Caring about architecture makes your walking experience in a city much more enjoyable. Try it. There you go. Okay. Another person replied, or much less depending on the city. Yeah, maybe. So yeah, there's probably some value to be had in the conversation. I think I am sympathetic to how absurd and maybe pointless and shitty some modern art is. You know, um, the obviously the go-to example is the urinal on the floor. Does it have something scribbled on it? I forget. Um, that's the go-to example of modern art that is pointless and stupid. And I'm kind of sympathetic to the idea that it is kind of a waste of time. That some of these things are not really. They're not. They may be art, but they're not valuable. You know what I mean? Maybe that's the point to be made. Um, yeah, the banana, was it a banana taped to a wall? You know. Um, but I think they may still be art. It might still be true to say that they are art, right? And that doesn't mean. See, part of the problem is when people talk about. I don't know how many people are even that invested in games as an art form anymore. It seemed like people used to really care about games being an art form, and now maybe they don't. And I'm not sure if that's a good or a bad thing. But it depends on where it's coming from, why people are disinterested in it as an art form. But one reason it's less important to me personally is because being art or not being art doesn't indicate. It's not the be all end all of value to me. You know, it's like some art is just not worthwhile. You know, and but it's still art. It's just not worthwhile. You don't have to see. Part of what happens is somebody does the thing like here's the urinal or here's I don't know. Picture some other piece of art that you think is worthless, right? And they say, "Oh, it's art," and then you're incensed by this and you want to tear it down and you say it's and the attack that people go for is it's not art, right? That's the attack they go for. Instead, the attack should just be this is worthless. Like so, you put a fucking urinal on the floor. Who gives a shit? That's if you don't give a shit, then that's probably more the attack you should be going for, rather than saying that it's not art. Um, so for me, it's not really the be all end all of things. Of course, I do think games are art, but yeah, maybe not everybody agrees. And honestly, I could see, there's opposing views like Kojima's view, and Kojima is a very successful game director, like him or hate him. And maybe in the end, people will come to see that games aren't art. Maybe they'll see games not being art, or maybe that will always be the considered the view of them. But that doesn't mean that some minority of people can still make with them and engage with them in a way that they're both acknowledging them as an art form or something. It doesn't need to be everybody that acknowledges it that way, is what I'm saying. So it doesn't matter that much to me personally. I can understand why people get invested in it, but it doesn't really matter to me that much. I said this before, but it was kind of I said this before, I think on a prior stream. But people went fucking crazy at Roger Ebert over it and over saying that games aren't art. And I'm not glad that he died. I mean, I wasn't a fan of him. He got some kind of jaw cancer or something like that, and then he died of it. It's unfortunate. I don't wish that upon him. Of course, I wish that hadn't happened. But, um, but it, since he did die when he died, I was kind of glad that he didn't have an opportunity to change his mind, and he wasn't talked around and people didn't hound him into going, oh, okay, whatever, games are art, and it kind of stuck in people's craw a little bit that he never changed his mind and recanted his wrong opinion before he died. When it shouldn't matter. He was a film critic, so he didn't understand games. He was a film critic. So what? He wasn't even many people who were born around then didn't come to understand games because they didn't grow up with them and they don't see them the same way we do. And you know, eh, it's okay. It's a good point, yeah. Someone says the same thing happens with the word science. Like art, it's used as praise, not just as a neutral descriptive term. Yeah, that's a very good point. Same thing does happen with the word science, yeah. There's all kinds of things that you can study with science, and maybe they're not valuable, you know? It doesn't mean it's not science, it just means that maybe it's not valuable. Like watching 50 different playthroughs of Nier Automata, for example. Delatro says then, in that case, he shouldn't have talked about games if he didn't understand, since it is a valid answer. Yeah, well, I can sympathize with that. I try not to talk about things that are not in my wheelhouse. And I know we're making glancing blows on things like what is or isn't art or whatever, but it's still kind of my wheelhouse. That's one of the things that again, I hope I'm not really talking about the video itself here. One of the things that's kind of interesting about games, for example, is I was thinking about this after making the video, is just that the fact that you can, I mean, some people will say it was overkill and the wrong avenue to go down or whatever. That's fine if you don't agree. But the fact that there is some kind of reasonable angle of attack with which to talk about games, but also talk about whether or not something is conscious. I don't know that there's any other art form that dabbles in that. That doesn't seem to be. Drunk Billionaire says games are an inferior vehicle for linear narratives, and Ebert knew it. Well, he might be right about that. He might be right about that. I think inferior is too strong a word. But what I would say to temper that is something more like, on average, most games fit a linear narrative structure worse than a book or a film or something like that. But anyway, I think that's a statement that I could probably get behind. I wouldn't say outright inferior exactly. But yeah, that was something that occurred to me, is that, you know, there's an aspect that I don't think is present in any other thing that you could call art, unless you're involving an animal in an artistic performance or something like that, you know. But I mean, we all basically just assume that animals are conscious anyway. So presumably people will do things like set up art installations where you talk to an AI of some kind, you know. Who knows? Maybe they'll do really horrific, weird things like set up an AI that does something really spooky and strange and horrific and stupid, and then you can go and talk to it, and then they'll say that that's art somehow, maybe because they've built the AI to behave in a certain way. So I suppose in that sense, consciousness enters into the question. But for any previously existing art form, it doesn't seem like consciousness is something that can enter the equation in any way. Whereas that's not necessarily true for games. At least I don't believe it's necessarily true. I think it's a reasonable opinion to hold that it may not necessarily, there may be something there. 868 back is on my backlog, but I have not taken the plunge on it yet. People have recommended that guy's games to me for a while, but I never got around to them because they're all like phone games or something. So I'm glad he put it on Steam. I will get around to that one at some point. Might be good. Could be good. Should play Expedition 33 just for its art style and music. I'm trying to think, is there any games that... Yeah. There's still games on the backlog, like Pragmata and Saros and Expedition 33. But like I said, I'm in the mood for something a bit longer. But none of those games are... I mean, they're long. They might be too long, for all I know. But they're not really what I'm looking for right now, I think. games are just such a young medium. Even movies are a young medium. I've only seen maybe 2 or 3 that reach the height of literature. I kind of agree. Yeah, I agree. I think there's maybe something to be said for the first sort of, if you were looking back on this in a long time with a clearer view, there might be something to be said for the first sort of period of games to be over though already. I think so. I'm usually the one. Most people feel less strongly about this than I do, right? So I've said this before. I basically agree. I think it's just obviously true that this medium is in something like an infancy until computing power reaches a point where where we've plateaued, or where we've figured out how much we want to spend on playing games and how much is not really worth it anymore, or something like that, you know. And it could be that we're approaching that point now. Honestly, I think that this is a plateau that will go away later, maybe much later, maybe after we're all gone. I don't know. Don't know how long this is going to last. But it seems like we're on a plateau, a longer plateau than we have been for any prior period of time. But anyway, so there's something about, until you reach that point, then kind of you're just naturally in the infancy phase of the medium, because there are possibly things that you couldn't express before that now you can because you have more computing power. On the flip side, like I was just saying, I think there's maybe a case to be made that the first period of games is over. I don't know. One of the things that keeps popping into my head is Kamiya made a post somewhere at some point about how, what was the word? He didn't like calling games retro. He didn't like saying that games are retro, right? So if you say, "Oh, I'm going to play this retro," what retro games would you recommend me, Kamiya? Do this and you're blocked, right? Because he doesn't like the word retro, because I don't know if this is some kind of thing, Japanese thing, because I think it has more of a negative connotation for him than I think most people would feel. I think for most people, retro is not, personally speaking, I don't really have a negative connotation to it. I can see how, or I think if there is a negative connotation, it's sort of balanced by some kind of positive connotation, which means novelty in that old thing, you know. So I don't know. I don't really see it the same way. But I was wondering, you know, what should we call these old games? If we don't call them retro games, what should we call these old games? And I think maybe the right term is just classical. Classical games. Yeah, somebody said classic, but classic implies a level of status to it. So that's why I think it's classical instead, classical games. And I think maybe the era of dominance for classical games has already ended, maybe. I don't know. But you know, it maps on very nicely to music as well. There's classical music. Maybe there's classical games as well, and maybe that's the term we should be using instead of retro. I don't know. But yeah, but I don't really see it that way. I think he's overreacting. I can't remember when he said this. It was probably just some tweet or something. But it felt like a bit of an overreaction. It made me wonder if there's something in Japan that kind of causes them to see this word retro this way, because that's not how I see it personally. So I don't really mind when people say retro games, but that's a good point, yeah. Retro actually refers to something contemporary that harkens back to an old style. Something that's actually old isn't retro in the canonical definition of the word. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. You know, we all know what you mean though when you say a retro game. But yeah, I understand. There's like drift that happens with language. And you can't always fight against it, you know? But that's not to say it's not a valiant fight all the same. But it's a fight that you may be bound to lose in the long run. Baroque games, yeah. I nearly put some footage of Baroque in the video, by the way. That's one of the games I played recently. I didn't properly finish it, though. I don't think I'm going to, but it's kind of an interesting game. I got sucked into it more than I thought I would, but I don't see myself sticking it out all the way to the end. But there's a wall in that game, a type of wall in that game, which I thought about putting into the video. Yeah, maybe did you enjoy it? I don't know. It's too early days for me to say, and I don't know if I'll go back to it, but I will say I definitely got some enjoyment out of it that I wouldn't have thought that I would have got. There's something about when a game is sufficiently strange, it forces you to figure things out again that I really like. This is what I enjoyed about Blueprints. So I talked before about how Blueprints, you know, some of the puzzles in it are kind of messy, and obviously when I made a puzzle game, I made a puzzle game where you know exactly what's expected of you and blah, blah, blah. And I'm not saying that that's the only way to make one, but it's more my preference. I'm not saying I wouldn't make something like Myst or Riven or Blueprints if given the opportunity. Maybe I would. But I don't know that it's exactly my deepest preference for what I want puzzle games to be. There's certain puzzles in that game that I thought were not that good in the grand scheme of things. But I still really loved the game overall because it was just sufficiently weird that when you're playing it, you have to learn again. You know, I think I said this already, but you have to learn again. You're like, okay, what is a gem? How much, what does a gem mean in this context? And like, how much value do I place on this? And, what systems are doing here? How should I put the rooms in the house and all that? I've never done anything like this before. So, yeah. Yeah, there was something about that I just really liked. Baroque had some of that energy in it. So I ended up enjoying it more than I thought I would, given how clunky and slow and not very intrinsically fun the moment-to-moment gameplay is, you know? Thank you, Eric. Much appreciated. I'll be heading off soon myself anyway, so you're not going to miss much, but you'll be able to catch the VOD. Yeah, I appreciate it, and hope you sleep well. I think getting back to the point, because I'm not sure I really explained it properly, is just to say that maybe this classical period of games is over is it just feels like there was an emphasis on gameplay mechanics and that kind of engaging with the game as a system. You know, you all know what I'm trying to say here. Sorry, I'm tired, but I think you all know what I'm trying to say just based on that alone. Engaging with the game as a thing that you play with, a system that you play with, and not for other major reasons. I think that has already kind of fallen out of style for the most part. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's kind of coming back a little bit, like I said, with it. Um, I don't know. Like I was saying about how the AAA games are kind of struggling a little bit because people don't really care about that kind of graphics and presentation thing as much as they used to. At least that's what it seems like. Maybe that's wishful thinking, but yeah. So maybe people are engaging with these aspects of games a bit more again. There's games, to use Factorio as an example. Could probably somebody could tell me. Somebody could probably tell me what there's. How many people are playing Factorio right now? Someone look it up. I bet it's some pretty huge number. Oh, that's a nice scene there. Yeah, there's probably Factorio is how old now? I don't know, 10 years or something. So, okay, somebody says there's 16,000 people playing Factorio. So, I think one of the things that happens with the mainstream perception of games is just there's actually a bunch of these games now that are sort of evergreen title games where people just play them for a long time. The Binding of Isaac could be another one. I bet there's at least 16,000 people playing The Binding of Isaac now. Um, well, maybe that's a bit much. There's probably like 10,000 people playing The Binding of Isaac, even though it came out 10 years ago. Um, so you have to think about all the games that are like that. Terraria, that's a good example. Minecraft, Slay the Spire. Um, what other ones could we think of? I don't know. There's loads of them, right? There's loads of games that are like that. You have to add up every game that's like that and just think these are all people who are just not playing a modern game right now. They're not playing a modern, I don't know, modern sort of cinematic style game, right? Maybe they're not very excited for God of War or Lo-Fi, and maybe they're never going to be. Roblox, Dwarf Fortress, RimWorld, Valheim. There's a bunch of those open world survival craft things as well, isn't there? There's like, what is it, Mist something? Um, Shrouded, that's the one. I've never played that one, but Shrouded. There's a bunch of those though. What's that new one? Abiotic Factor. These are games that people play for a very long period of time. And yeah, it's you have to add up all those people when you're talking about how much people are playing games. Don't Starve Together, yeah. Oxygen not included as well. Satisfactory. So there's tons and tons of hours are being sunk into these sort of evergreen games that are maybe soaking up more and more time. You have to imagine, right? If Minecraft was, I don't know, 15 years ago, and The Binding of Isaac was 10 years ago, and Eugenics is this year, and Factorio was, I don't know, 10 years ago, and Valheim was 5 years ago, right? And people are still playing all those games. There's just this kind of escalating amount of people that are being absorbed by the game. They found their game, you know what I mean? They found the game that they're interested in playing for a really long time. And I don't know how this relates to what else I was saying, but I feel like it was related somehow. I don't know. They're all getting sucked up, though, by those games. Thank you, absent-minded. Great work on the vid. I recommend OO if you haven't played it. Yeah, I don't know. People have recommended OO to me. I want to take your recommendation seriously with the super chat and all, but people have recommended it to me. But I played Elekhead and I didn't really like Elekhead, so I'm kind of not convinced by the praise for OO, but maybe I'll get around to it. I don't know if I really want to get into that topic right now. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of yeah. I don't want to shit on the game. I'm definitely not going to shit on OO because I haven't played it, but I imagine it's probably better than Elekhead anyway. But I don't know. Yeah, not my tempo. Not my tempo. But I do actually. I think I have Ooh on my wish list, and I'll probably get around to it sooner or later. As someone who wasn't crazy about Electhead, I did like Ooh a lot. Okay, all right. That's the kind of endorsement that I need to hear to be interested in it, personally speaking. Yeah, all those gacha games. That's a good point, Gabby. Forgot to mention all those, like Genshin Impact and stuff. So there's people just playing huge numbers of these games, and they're not really moving on to other games. I forget how that relates to what I was saying a minute ago, but you make the connection somehow, fellas, because I'm too tired. I can't even remember what I was saying a minute ago. Appreciate the super chat, my man. 2455. That's what I'll call you. You put me in the awkward position of having to figure out how to say all your names, you know? Although I can't really be one to throw stones there. It's very funny to me. Exclusivity is suddenly a major priority right when consoles are less affordable than they've ever been. Yeah. I would not be surprised. I'm not recommending anybody go out and make a purchase with this information because I don't know. Um, but I would not be surprised to see another Switch 2 price hike in the near future. I think if what Microsoft was saying was true in that email about the component prices going up by 5, and when you look at how much the Steam Deck went up when they increased the price on that, and when you look at the fact that Sony has increased price multiple times, it seems like, as somebody who's not really a business guy, it seems like Nintendo is taking a hit on the Switch 2 that may actually be pretty substantial at this point. They probably feel like they don't have much of a choice though, because there's not enough of an install base there for them to be comfortable coasting for the foreseeable future. So yeah, I would not be surprised to see another price hike. I think that one of the most surprising things about the price hike is that they gave such a long heads up on it. Isn't it set September or something before it goes up? Um, I mean, by the time that rolls around, they could already want to do another price hike. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Recently rewatched your God of War case study. It's probably the best video game critique I've seen. Well, thank you. I do think that one turned out well. Kind of got better at the whole thing as I went along, didn't I? I'm just hoping I haven't lost much of the magic. Yeah. Yeah, it turned out well. Still huge demand for the Steam Deck. Well, we don't know if it's huge demand because we don't know how much they stocked. So it being sold out, I wouldn't read too much into that, you know. Nintendo said they're still taking a loss even after the price hike in their investor Q&A. That's interesting. Yeah, I could well believe it. Could well believe it. Yeah, the take a penny analogy was good, yeah. Sometimes I wonder how much of that video people actually picked up on. This is probably one of the more obvious ones, but I like that the lead into that one is good news, everyone. I have a convoluted and dated metaphor to explain. I like that one. That was a very fun video to work on. I got to say a professor line for real, you know? You know what I was thinking? I was reflecting on some of the stuff on the channel, and what I was thinking was, um, I think I don't know how I feel about this exactly, but I feel like maybe my favorite thing I ever put on screen was I'm trying to get the wording exactly right. All plumbers are mortal. Mario is a plumber, therefore Mario is mortal. I love getting to put that up on screen and having it hopefully be a useful part of the video, you know. It kind of ties into the Orwellian thing, the politics in the English language, because when I reread it, I was right. That is the one where he basically says something like, "Don't use boring, bland idioms." He says something like they're dead idioms, you know, which is a good way to talk about it. It's like it doesn't inspire anything in the listener when you hear something that you've already heard before. So if I just said all men are mortal, I don't know I don't know when this was ever said ever, you know, but presumably there's a name that's attached to it usually. Such and such is mortal, therefore. Uh, is it It was Socrates actually, wasn't it? All men, maybe that's what it was. All men are mortal. Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal. Something like that. It doesn't really inspire you. It doesn't make you pay attention because you may have heard it before already, you know. So that was another example of me applying that Orwellian sort of advice to the video. Just do something a little bit fun instead, and maybe people will pay more attention. Yeah, Aristotle was the one who, I don't know if he invented these what are they called again? Syllogisms. My brain kept reaching for soliloquy instead. Syllogism, I don't know if he invented them, but he did kind of use them a lot. So I think maybe he came out with that one, but I think he wouldn't have used himself as an example of it. Probably. Could be wrong about that. Anyway, but yeah, that was an example of the Orwellian thing. Yeah, the Mifa one is good. That gets everybody. I think that gets everybody. I have to say that popped into my head when I was applying to release the game on the Switch. I'm like, how much have I pissed these people off? Are they aware of me at all? Have I pissed them off at all? Like, am I allowed to do this? You know, that was one of the things that popped into my head. There's some, I don't know if it was really obvious, but I tried to keep the script as tight as possible in this new video, but there's some visual humor in it at least, which I was glad to get in. If you don't watch the videos, you should watch them, by the way. That's, yeah, that's a significant portion of the video is the visual content, but there's some visual gags in there as well, at least. I'll probably keep them free of jokes. It's always tempting to add a joke here or there. I do think actually, do wonder if maybe I'm taking it too far because I do think there's obviously some part where you can go overboard, you know. And I am a millennial, as we all know, so like I'm a risk factor for going too far on the joke mobile. But there is some sense in which telling a joke actually helps people tune back in, you know. It like catches people off guard and then it sort of resets their attention in a way that I think can actually be genuinely useful when you're trying to convey an idea to people. So I do wonder if maybe I'm going too far with the newer videos, but It feels like kind of the right approach to take. I always laugh at you can't jump unless you're on the ground. Yeah, I used the Symphony of the Night footage there for that on purpose to evoke the stream for those who are in the know, a little bit of insider knowledge. Fellas, you can't jump unless you're on the ground. You just can't. Oh, that's cool. Outer Wilds players have PTSD right now. Like, what's my relative velocity? No! Did I say Outer Worlds? I said Outer Wilds, didn't I? Outer Wilds. How long did a commentary like Beautiful Joe or DMC take you to make? I don't remember all that well, but at least a few months. I want to say upwards of 3 months. Somewhere between 3 and 6 months, but it's probably more like 4 months or something like that. Capturing the footage of the game was not the most time-consuming part. I can understand why you might think it would be, but you probably find, like, I do think that I'm skilled at games. I don't want to undersell myself exactly, but you'd probably find that they're a bit easier than you think if you just set your mind to it. Maybe this is my way of talking myself into some Bayonetta after the stream, but it's not to say they're easy. They're actually some of the stuff that in the beautiful. People are more impressed with the Devil May Cry one because it's what they know, but the Beautiful Joe one is harder, right? If I had done new game Devil May Cry, I think that would maybe be harder, but probably only the first half of it would be harder because I kind of regret not doing that because I think probably about the time once you get Ifrit and maybe a little bit past that, then you're probably roughly equivalent to where you would be on a new game plus file anyway, because when you're S ranking the levels, you get tons of orbs for S ranking them, and you don't need to get any blue orbs if you're avoiding damage, so you don't need to spend any orbs on them. So you might be, by that point in the game, you might be down a devil trigger point or two or something like that. So after the halfway mark, the game would probably be roughly the same in difficulty, and it's the second half of Devil May Cry that I found more difficult anyway. So it probably could have done a new game, Devil May Cry. I mean, this is frivolous beyond frivolous that I really can't justify it, but one of the things I would like to do if time and money was no obstacle is just go back and maybe redo that on the PS2 with a new game and just see if what comes out differently. But I figure it's probably best to wait and see if I could get more cameo commentaries done anyway and revise that one later. But anyway, people are more impressed by the Devil May Cry one because it's what they know, but Beautiful Joe is harder, especially towards the end of Beautiful Joe. It gets brutally fucking difficult towards the end. But even then, it didn't take that long in the grand scheme of things, capturing the footage for it. So most of it was scripting. The difficult thing about those videos, I don't know if it comes across at all, but The difficult thing about those videos is trying to line up what I'm saying with what there is on screen. First of all, trying to generate enough interesting material to fill the runtime, because it's the opposite of how I usually do videos, where the runtime is decided first and then the commentary is done to fit it. And I don't like wasting time, so I want to try and fill every moment with as much interesting stuff as I can. So there's generating all that and then just trying to match it to the timing of the commentary. One of the things that went right there actually was having the experience of the Devil May Cry commentary under me. I never really thought about this, but this must have been maybe it was on my mind at the time, but looking back on it now, I see it very clearly. Having done the Devil May Cry commentary, one of the things that turned out better in the Beautiful Joe commentary was because I knew this is going to get brutally hard by the end and you're going to be struggling and like you're not going to want to make this any more painful for yourself than it already is. So what you want to do is, if there's something where you need to play with an enemy to demonstrate something, you want to do that right away in the early game while the game is still easy. So that's why I do that thing right at the start of the Beautiful Joe commentary where I just dodge the guys for a while to demonstrate what the intricacies of dodging in the game. Whereas you can kind of see in the Devil May Cry commentary, I mean, I'm very proud of that video, but it's kind of, it feels almost like it's hammered in later. I think maybe actually it is a different take from the rest of the game. I forget. Maybe I say that in the video. I might explain that in the video if it's different. I'm not sure. But there's the bit where I'm showing that you have just enough time to charge the guns and then release them. It's a pretty hard trick to pull off, honestly, consistently. But you've just enough time to trigger the guns and release them to shoot an enemy at a bit of a distance and keep your rank. But I only figured that out later. And that's something that would have been easier and better to demonstrate earlier in the game when the game wasn't so hard, you know. Because then you have to demonstrate that and then go on and S rank the rest of the levels. So yeah. But that's why they took a long time, is trying to come up with material and then also trying to match the material to the thing. I mean, I read this. Basically, what I had to do was play the video for the commentary and read the script at the same time over and over again to try and get the timing right on it. And even then, there's actually, when I did the final recording, there was actually a lot of little editing things I had to do to trim things down and line things up the right way, which was annoying. But in many senses, it's easier than making other videos. So it's not just straight up more difficult. It's actually, there's things about it that I enjoy compared to other videos because I only have to capture footage from one game. And I don't even really have to edit the footage all that much. No, there is little timing changes to things here and there that I have to line up properly. But when you compare it to the video I just put out, there's footage of something like 60 games in there. And a lot of it was captured just for this video, which is a huge headache all by itself, you know. So different videos are difficult in different ways, you know. But that's where the effort goes. The effort goes into different places on different videos. Sometimes maybe that's true. We have to do some lower effort videos, man. The last 3 videos have been theory videos, which is a bit much. You know? What's your hopes for Persona 6? Well, I did talk about it a little bit, but maybe not that much. It's one of the games I'm looking forward to, I suppose. And I'd like to see more of it, obviously. I just want it to be dark again. You know, I feel like I just like grim, dark, edgy shit, man, you know? So that's what I want to see. I want to see grim, dark, edgy shit in it. I want them to take a swing. There's, you know, let me put it this way. Maybe I'm being a little bit uncharitable. I don't want to pick on Atlas because Atlas are actually not that bad about this in the grand scheme of things. But let me put it this way. Atlas will re-release a game where teenagers repeatedly shoot themselves in the head. But will they release a game where teenagers repeatedly shoot themselves in the head? Do you know what I mean? Will they do something that's edgy and possibly controversial and just go for it anyway. I would like for them to take some kind of swing of some kind and say something with the game. I'd also like to see something a bit different than, if Hashino's not directing it, I'd like to see them uh, do something a bit different. Maybe it doesn't have a calendar in it this time. Probably will. Probably has the calendar and social links and all that kind of stuff, but maybe it doesn't have the calendar, you know? Maybe it's got something about it that's a bit of a shake-up. I feel almost artificially more interested in it because of the dark tone. I hope it atmosphere lives up to the teaser. Yeah, me too. Somehow I don't think it will. You remember the "you are slave, want emancipation" thing? I can't say that Persona 5 really embodies that feeling. I do enjoy it. I think it's a good game. It was fun. I got absorbed in it. Um, I didn't want to put it down. But I don't think it really lived up to that tone of that teaser, and I wish it had. What I was imagining was people who are in really dire straits. I like they have this in it with the prisoner thing, but it's just I don't know. And like they have the things where like the teacher throws the chalk at you, and there's things like that. But I feel like they're for it to live up to that. It wasn't a million miles away from that, right? There is some bad things that happen in the story um that are kind of dark and all that, right? But um I feel like just their daily life in school needed to be more miserable for it to live up to that teaser. There was something about the daily life in school that wasn't miserable enough in that game for it to live up to the thing, you know? Like, yeah. Yeah, I do want SMT6. That's true. I do. I do. Do you think a Persona game needs to have JRPG combat? I think if it didn't, people would probably be upset about that. I mean, I don't see a reason for them to move away from it. Of course, I wish it was better in different various ways and all that, but as far as JRPGs go, the Persona and SMT games are a lot more fun to play than many of them for me personally. So I'm a bit hesitant to critique them on that front when at least they're ahead of the curve as far as I'm concerned. Persona should leave the modern day setting for an entry. Yeah, I kind of have conflicted feelings about that. I think it would be cool to see them do something more like Rido in the Rido time period or something like that. That could be really cool. But at the same time, it feels like the identity of the series has kind of been tied to modern problems and modern issues in some way. So they all are kind of topical in a way. The recent ones, at least 3, 4, and 5, they're all kind of topical in a way. And so I think if you're in charge of Persona and you're thinking, what do we do that honors what this series means to people, then I think you probably want to do something that's a bit topical somehow. If they make a Metaphor sequel, I'll play it. I wouldn't say that I would be hugely enthusiastic about it. I think, I haven't replayed it, but I think there's a lot that I love about the art in it, but I didn't really like the character designs. I was more interested in the character designs they initially showed, even though I can't say that I was hyped for them or anything, but the Project Refantasy, the initial character designs for that were better, I think. Um, I don't know. I think it was kind of interesting what they were doing with the weird high fashion thing that they had going on. There was an interesting mixture there. I suppose I don't really have that much problem with the fashion in it, but it's more just the characters with their hair and all that kind of stuff. I'm just not a fan of anime hair, you know? I prefer when they have hair colors that are possible in the real world. Um, and just look a bit more grounded, you know? It doesn't, to be honest, it doesn't make sense to me that a lot of anime go. Part of the reason why it's done, I think, is because the anime style of expression is so minimalist is the wrong term, but I don't know, simple, that there's not really a huge amount you can do with a character physically to make them stand out. Now, what they could do is they could make them a bit less same-faced, and actually, Soejima has been pretty good about that in some prior games, at least by anime standards, right? I think people who don't engage with anime would say, "What are you talking about? They all look same-faced to me." But if you look at the portraits in his games, they're not, by anime standards, they're really not same faced in the way a lot of anime is. Um, so I don't think they really need all those kinds of bells and whistles to their characters, like the heterochromia with the blue hair, and I don't know. It's just not. It's just not my tempo. That's how I know I've crossed the line, bursting into laughter when I say it. It's just not my tempo. But I think that was a letdown. So I would kind of like to see them try Metaphor with a different setting or world or something where they can reset the art a little bit. Uh, yeah, that somebody says toothpaste protag. That toothpaste character from Fire Emblem Engage is emblematic of the kind of thing I'm talking about. If you like that, fine. That's your prerogative. A lot of people do. A lot of people watch VTubers that have really elaborate designs and stuff, but it's not. I don't like it very much. Um, and I think they went kind of overboard in Metaphor with that. So yeah, um, so that kind of dampened it for me. And also, I just don't think the game. I mean, maybe I would change my mind when I replay it, but I just don't think the game had anything all that interesting to say, personally. There was definitely clever things in it. Like, there's fun things that you can pick up on, and I always love the way that they integrate all these kinds of things like personas and archetypes and all those kinds of things. But um, yeah, I don't know. I think what bothers me about it is sometimes it's like I said, I do kind of get the impression that they hold back a little bit from what they could be doing. I mean, if you have something like Shin Megami Tensei, that's just an innately edgy sort of series, you know? And I don't know, if you're in the position to, I understand that there's lots of other people involved in these works, and that's not something I've ever dealt with personally, but I just think, why not go all out, you know? Why not go all out? Because this is your one life, you know, and you're being given the opportunity to make a piece of art. If you make something, I don't know. I suppose Atlas has the purse strings at the end of the day, Sega, and they can just shut you down if you're doing anything too edgy or weird. So you have to kind of walk the line. Plus, another thing I've been thinking about lately is there is some way in which, you know, I am all for this creative freedom thing, but there is some way in which limitations sort of help you in a way. You know, one of the things that always pops into my mind is going to spoil an Arrested Development joke here, but this always pops into my mind when I think about censorship. And again, I'm definitely not advocating for censorship, but sort of having a restraint on you can maybe make you confront things in a more clever way than you would otherwise. Um, the best example, my favorite example in Arrested Development is this was, for anybody who's not aware, this was a comedy show that aired on network television in the US, which means, I don't know, it was probably on at like 9 o'clock or something on a mainstream TV station. And Michael is on the phone to someone in the office, right? He has accidentally hired a prostitute for the office and he doesn't know she's a prostitute. And he's on the phone and he just says, yeah, I get what you mean. You forgot to say away, but I get what you mean. And then he goes, yeah, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you forgot to say away again, but I get what you mean. Yeah, yeah. Okay, right. I'll talk to you later. And then he hangs up the phone and then he turns to his sister and he says, she blew them all away. It's so funny and it's made so much more funny by the by the way it had to be obscured to get the joke in, you know? It's just so funny. It's very clever. It's unbelievably clever, and yeah, and it makes me laugh every time. And so there is some sense in which, not going full edge lord and doing everything that you want, the immediate thing that you want to do all the time. It's not always the best thing, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Necessity breeds ingenuity. Yeah, maybe. We're getting pretty deep into this game, fellas. Are we going to finish Ratchet and Clank? Looks like we've got another rainy planet here. I think we're going to finish up soon, okay, fellas? Is that alright? Oh, I'm tired. Man, I've been talking a lot. It's another nice scene. Well done, Ratchet and Clank developers. Round of applause. It's a nice looking game. Where's Clank? He's not with you in this level or something? What's going on there? He was usually on my back, right? I don't know what the story is. I haven't been paying attention, but I've just noticed he's not there. Oh, because of the thunderstorm. Right. Right. That's cool. 2002, yeah. Crazy. I think some of this is owed to Naughty Dog, to be fair. I think Naughty Dog helped them out with some of their work on Jak and Daxter. I'm not sure. I could be wrong about that because this would have been written in a different, entirely different language from Jak and Daxter. But language isn't everything. This and MGS2, Incredible Rain. Yeah, the rain in MGS2 is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Oof. Bonal says, props to Insomniac for doing a proper PAL conversion this early into the PS2. Not something you could always count on back then. I didn't know that, but that's good. I think it did contribute to their games feeling better. Yeah, I mean, it definitely did. But Yeah, I do think you're right to say it wasn't common. Um, I do think there's some much earlier games that would represent proper PAL conversions because stuff like Wipeout was developed in Studio Liverpool or Psygnosis, and I'm pretty sure that ran at the same speed here as it did elsewhere because they're a UK developer, so they're more tuned into that kind of problem. Even pretty sure the Crash Bandicoot games run at the correct speed. I think. I think maybe Spyro as well. I don't know. But yeah, made a big difference. All right, man. I watched that Sony presentation and I don't know why, but I just wanted Wipeout to show up. You know, well, I know why, but for some reason I was just thinking, wouldn't it be nice if Wipeout showed up here? Where the fuck is Wipeout? Why'd they shut down Wipeout Studio, man? I don't know. I haven't played that much F-Zero, but I prefer Wipeout. Yeah. Have you been paying more attention to industry insiders hopping on YouTube like Tim Kaine, Laura Fryer, or Ralph Colantonio? I haven't watched. Well, I did. Oh yeah, I did watch a little bit of Colantonio and what was it Harvey Smith? I watched a couple of minutes of that. I haven't watched it properly. They were playing Dishonored. That's cool. I have watched some of Laura Fryer's stuff. I honestly wasn't really familiar with her until she became a YouTuber, but I have watched some of her stuff. And I've watched Tim Kaine's stuff as well. I haven't watched Tim Kaine in a good while. But yeah, I watch developers when they post, like Kamiya or David Jaffe as well. Trying to think who else. Take a look at Jonathan Blow's streams sometimes. Who else? I don't know. If there's any more I should be aware of, I would be interested in hearing an example. Oh, Sakurai, of course. Yeah, Sakurai. Of course. This is something that one of the roundabout ways that these things influence me. You mentioned Tim Kaine. Um, One of the roundabout ways that this influenced me is after watching him. I don't know when I started watching him. He's been doing it for a couple of years now, I think. Watching him for a while there, I admire how eloquent he is. It seems like he's just recording his scripts, or I don't even know if he has a script, but it seems like he's just recording his videos in real time. They don't really have any editing that I can see, or that I noticed. He doesn't even seem to be reading a script, and he's just talking, but he's very eloquent. He doesn't stumble over his words. He doesn't do anything. I don't know. He just watch him and you'll see what I mean. I've been trying to absorb some of that energy. When I watch him, I'm thinking, I wish that I had this kind of eloquence when I was talking off the cuff, you know? So if the streams improved at all over the last year or two in terms of my coherence and my ability to speak without repeating myself and stumbling all the time, then that may be one reason why, because I'm trying to keep it in mind. Because I remember thinking, just compared to some of the other people that I just mentioned, he's just much more pleasant to listen to Tim than the others because of the way he speaks. It's just very straightforward. There's not a lot to, like he doesn't get too heated or anything either as well, which is part of the appeal, I suppose. Um, But also, he's just always driving the thing forward and not repeating himself, and like I just did. But yeah, so I admire that about him. I wish I had that kind of eloquence. It's probably a very, if you are going to be a game director, it's probably a very valuable trait to have. Just to be able to talk to people and get your point across quickly. Maybe that's why he is that way, because he got used to it. Sakurai is kind of the same way, actually. I think Sakurai does his scripts, but and probably did a lot more retakes and things like that because he has a lot more cuts and stuff. But Sakurai is very like that as well. William Shatner pauses are basically what happens if you can completely resist the urge to say but still need to think what to say mid sentence. I think you will find you're paying attention to my streams that I have started doing that. I tried to stop doing or what. Here in Ireland, it's more common that we go which I think is a less pleasant sound than but doesn't come to me naturally. If you go that's a more pleasant sound than eh. The Japanese kind of do that as well. Eh. But yeah, that's why I wanted to try and cut that out of my speech. So I have been doing those William Shatner pauses, I think, anyway. Maybe not as much as I should. Anyway, this feels a bit abrupt, but I'm quite tired, so I think I might wrap it up. The Irish accent is easily the nicest accent to hear English in. Oh, that's nice. You all took me at my word on that. But now I'd feel strange if I stuck around. Irish goodbye suddenly end stream. I don't know where that phrase comes from. The Irish goodbye. Man, you have never been at a gathering here because the fucking goodbyes take forever. That is one of the most misnamed things I have ever seen. Don't use that again. Irish goodbye. Irish exit, isn't it? That's usually how people phrase it. The Irish exit. I don't get where that comes from at all. It must be an American Irish thing or something because it's not how things operate here. Let me tell you. Anybody who grew up here knows the pain of being a kid at some event you didn't want to go to and it's time to say goodbye and you still have to wait around for a half an hour while everybody is said goodbye to. What I'm saying is the streams that you've had so far have had the real Irish exit, which is the drawn out stupid fucking crap that I always do like this. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we're ending it on a nice scene anyway. I kind of don't want to go, but I'm too tired. I'm not really saying anything useful, so I just don't know. How much comfortable silence could you endure if I just sat here and just read the chat for a half an hour while you all talked amongst yourself? What do you think? Obviously, I'm not going to do that. But yeah, well, yeah, I suppose I should say I probably won't be streaming again for a while, so, you know, um, it's hard to believe it's been a month since the last one already, but yeah, you're probably looking at least another month before the next one, right? I have a lot of stuff I need to do. Personally, a lot of things I need to sort out, so kind of made the mistake of getting absorbed into that aesthetic deception thing too soon, so, but I will try to work on lower effort things and keep you all fed as to the best of my ability. But yeah, got other priorities. Gotta sort myself out, you know? So probably no streams for a while, but I appreciate everybody tuning in. And yeah, hope you all had a good time, and hope you enjoyed the video. And if it didn't click with you, maybe give it a try again in a few weeks or something and see how you get on with it again. But yeah. All right. Thanks, everybody. And I'll see you next time, whenever that is.